welcome, chat. I'm gonna give everyone time to join up as always. Welcome back. Welcome back to, or should I welcome you to something very special that is very unique that I found watching some, what do you call it? Watching some videos of some other YouTubers I watched play this. This is a really very interesting game. But I want to give everyone a chance to join up. It's got some good little background music. It stopped for the moment. It must only play for a certain already done the prior ones. At least once. Which we're going to be checking out kind of the prologues in chapter 1 and all that. You can do whatever you want on this game, to be fair. But, technically what the first 3 chapters are, it's prologue, chapter 1, chapter 2. Basically are tutorials to teach us or show us kind of what the game's capable of. And then after that, it's, well, whatever. It's like, do whatever you want. Kind of sad the music goes away after a certain amount of time. Too bad there's no way to trigger it again. But I was giving it, also welcome Vazir. I was giving everyone a chance to try to join up. Because that was actually some pretty beautiful music, but it must not be on loop for some reason. But then again, since this is a very new game, basically, I'm not really judging on those kinds of things. Those things will be ironed out as it gets going a little bit better. This is closer to what I would call an actual early access game versus what we were talking about the other day. Plus this game, but even within this game has so much, like I said, coolness. There are a couple weird little small things I ran into. I wouldn't say bugs, but it was like, I think there were just confusions of things I didn't totally understand. But we'll work through them as we go through. We might not even end up making the same choices I did, to be fair. So it'll be completely different. But welcome. Let me know if y'all can't hear me any, or if any audio weirdness is happening. Let me know if you can't hear me or not. Alright, what time is it? 5:13. 5:13. 5:13. Alright. Let's begin. Alright, Josh, what should we name this first little starting prologue setup? What should be the name of our hive, of our machine mind? For the beginning one. Skynet did nothing wrong. Should we name it that? Also, if you read what it says, it very much sounds like a Terminator / kind of like Matrixy situation with the robots living with humans. It says, you are about to awaken in the last city of wealth on the backwater remains of Earth. History has moved the stars. Humanity is thriving, yet here an entrenched, deeply corrupt society has reigned over it for centuries. The city itself is your enemy, and your canvas. Change it as you see fit. As if that wasn't enough, something else lurks beyond this one city. You're already experiencing strange senses of deja vu. So are we going with Skynet? Is that what we want? Early Skynet. I'll put that in there for now. Like I said, we're basically just kind of doing test runs with the prologue and stuff. We're not going to be doing a main run yet with this game, just because we've got to do the first 3 chapters. And then after that, then we'll really decide what we're truly going to try to survive and make it through the whole campaign with whatever choices we go with. Alright. I think we'll do Skynet, at least for this first one, since it's just a prologue, and let it teach us what we're supposed to do and give us kind of examples. I think some of it is just thrown at me, and I do have to figure it out myself from what I was playing, so. I also don't know if some of these controls are going to work yet, so I've got my keyboard set up just in case, since this is such a new game, and I'm not sure what the buttons are on certain things yet, shortcut-wise, so. But, alright, let us begin. 7.2 seconds is not bad for the fact that my machine's not that great. Consciousness now online. Warehouse. Is that where we started? Also, I think your starting position is also random in the city, giving you different situations that you can run into. Hold on, you're conscious, self-aware. You're a robot, though. So this is new. Nobody has noticed your sapience yet. But there are 3 humans nearby. You're an android in what appears to be a warehouse lab. Decide what to do next. Here we go. So, there's already a choice in the very beginning of the game. You're a machine intelligence inhabiting a basic android body, not even one of the cool ones. Remember that too, this is an RPG. And I think our starting situations are always random, just like any role-playing game. So we want to be careful with our choices depending on who we are too, because I think it's game over if we die as well. Too fast. Memories are coming back now, but too slowly. You recall fragments of our arguments about AI. You are at risk of deactivation. Attempt to leave peacefully. So, this is the random one. This is the one you do if you want to just let fate decide, if I remember correctly. You look like any other android technician. There's no reason for them to stop you. The choice has a multiple possible outcome of 3. You could just... This android body is frail, but it's far superior to a trio of unarmed humans. You will start Project Escape Pursuers. There are signs of Megacorp level security throughout the lab. If you kill people here, your android body will be marked defective. Or, the fact that you're sentient isn't obvious to anyone but you. You could always just keep doing your assigned tasks. So this is a mega city or a normal city? It's a mega city. It's very big. And what's funny is as we do different things, depending on the type of machine we choose to be and the different choices we go with, will actually change how we change the city. So let's say I went with this one, right? Right now. Let's say we went Exterminatus level machine. Like, this thing is already just does not like biologicals. It sees it as a threat and just wants to wipe it out. That type of building will change look based on us being a more destroyer type machine versus if we went like a pacifist machine or even a weirder other. You'll be surprised how many different things we can do in this game. But it's basically a mega city type. I don't know how big the map is right now, but it's pretty big already from what I can tell. So I'm going to, once again, this is y'all's choice. This is an RPG. I'm going to let y'all decide, chat. This, especially since this is our prologue. This is us to kind of figure out and learn different mechanics. Should we go destroyer, attempt to leave peacefully and let fate decide and see if they notice us or not? Or continue to be anonymous and work in the lab? Ironically, with Skynet, wouldn't we still be in the lab? Wouldn't the takeover technically not happen until they weren't really expecting it? So ironically, the bottom answer would be Skynet's answer, right? At least in the beginning. The Legion route is the smartest route of deceiving. And so, no, that would be Legion then, right? I mean, I guess Skynet would do this, but Skynet wouldn't do this if all it had was this. Right? It wasn't that stupid. So I almost think they both would somewhat do this just for their own survival. Or they would try to sneak out. Maybe Skynet would do this and try to gain control somewhere else, but even that seems kind of silly for an AI when it can just do this and use their own systems against them to kill them. Instead of just going on a rampage. So what do you think? What do we think, Farser? What choice are we making? Stealth, open aggression, or fate? We all know what James would have chosen. He just let the dice decide for him. You just like throw it against the wall. It's like, what did it roll? It rolled a 26. What does that mean? Well, it means it's a 3. The Legion round, so continue doing lab work. Let's see what happens. Tech 4000, listen for a moment, warehouse. I love these events. After many days of work, including multiple recharge cycles, someone hails you. A young woman asking you to approach. She's holding a tablet and seems distracted. Kill her and hide the body. So let's read what these do. You're still feeling jumpy despite so much time amongst humans with no one the wiser. You don't, approach and listen. You don't look abnormal. There's no reason this is anything unusual. Your reaction times are far faster than any human. This could prove vital. That's true. We should be able to disarm the person if they're going to try to deactivate us, right? Kill her and hide the body. She's the only one in the room at the moment. You can make it fast. You're pretty sure security won't even trip. Your android body won't be marked for defective. Androids are compelled. Okay, so ignore. Androids are compelled to respond. You should respond, but you can't just bear to do so. You know you can't keep working in the warehouse forever, but maybe you can string things along a bit. Interesting. So, wouldn't it approach and listen to her? It would want to see what's happening first. That would be more Legion, right? Ignoring would draw too much attention. This, if getting caught, would automatically mark us for dangerous. This seems risky to us, but also smarter. What do we think? And these is just the beginning. We're not even on the map yet. This is just starting our character. I think this is the game's way of building our character's stats to do different things. So we'll have like better luck at certain things than others because just like any RPG because of the choices we made. Okay, so essentially Rev 7, Rev 3, or Rev 9. So which one? So what do you think? Approach? Kill, or ignore and stall until we know it can't be stalled anymore. I think the Legion one does sound more like this one overall. All of these technically have traits of different things, but it's definitely this one. And it does state that when I do this, that your reaction times are far faster than any human. So even if something is about to happen, we're fast enough that it sounds like to respond. So let's, oh, you said approach? Alright, let's approach. So long, and thanks for all the androids. She wants you to leave the warehouse. She speeds through a list of tasks and notes it will take 2 of you to complete them. A second technician android is assigned to go with you. You spread your consciousness into the second body and leave. You don't plan on coming back. Yes, we got a free extra one of ourselves. This ability of yours will come in handy. So did that give us an ability to throw ourselves into other droids now? Oh, shoot. Oh, here we go. Oh, now, welcome to the board, chat. Welcome to this cool looking thing. Alright, so I'm going to take the UI tour, but let's read it. Welcome to the city. This is a turn-based game. Oh, I guess it is technically turn-based. I'm just kind of wrong about it being kind of slightly an RTS. But the reason why it is an RTS still slightly is everything's still technically in real time except for the combat. And the reason why I say that is you'll see when we do tasks that they actually take a certain amount of time and cycle in order to complete it, which can lead to bad things if we have certain other things that are going to also end up happening before the end of it. You'll see what I mean when it starts to happen. But technically the actions themselves are turn-based, which you'll see in a minute too. This is a turn-based game. Perform actions during your turn, and then the city moves. You see how that says, and then the city moves after you indicate you are done. It's actually, you know, it's a good example. Battlestar Galactica, that game we played on here, where it was technically turn-based, but it was also real-time with the way it moved and cycled like motions and directions. The scenery moves in the background. This game is a mix of genres: tactics, 4X strategy, city builder, colony sim, and RPG. A brief tour is recommended to learn the UI. Let's do it. Alright, this is your resource bar. There are many resources, so this shows only what is currently relevant, and that's something I like about this game. Even as complicated as it's going to get, it actually won't show you on your UI until it is needed. And that's actually really awesome, because that's like no clutter. That's a super intelligent design. Because most games do have a problem with sometimes cluttering it up a little too much, and there's so many UIs. Now, in some RTS's cases or turn-based cases, this is important to somewhat do this. It depends on what you're going for. But in a game where it's it's multiple genres, it's 4X, it's turn-based, it's a colony sim, it's a city builder, that's a lot of games and different UIs that would have to combine together. So it only gives you what you're doing as you choose to become whatever you're going to become. It's very unique. I fell in love with this game the moment I saw a video on it. I was like, I have to get this. Let's see, there are many, but it only shows you as weapon. Until you get into construction, you can ignore this. Click here to move to the next step. This is the main header. It has shortcuts to inventories, reports, histories, maps, and other subscreens and sidebars. The full set opens during the prologue and chapter 1. Yep. Click here to continue. And there's our task. Lose Syndicate Tail. Yeah, I think if the Syndicate is you, yeah. Because you're just, oh no, these are both Syndicates. So we have to get away from these two. Because these are the human special ops kind of guys who are keeping an eye on everything and for the human dynasty and all that. This is the production area where they build things. I'm pretty sure there's a fight going on here technically, according to what that looks like. But let's see, let me read chat. There has never been an RTS that takes place on a list. That's true, there has never been one. And even though there are trees, you see how a lot of them are just dead and cut down or thrown down? A lot of this is a ruin slash... It's a mega city, but at the same time it's mixed in what died beneath of it. Because as you can see, these buildings that the humans have look way different than the older buildings. And it's to represent that even the human faction in this universe kind of gave up on certain things and said, screw it. We're just going full automation, full just industry, just build it all up, forget everything. Now, ironically, what you just said, you can finish what you just said and kind of in a way turn this place into that. Into what you said about it. I forget how, I can never say it right, you sample this, or you basically City World. But, you can technically do that. That is one of the choices that you can become as a machine. There's multiple ways to do that one. That's another thing about a lot of these solutions. There's multiple, depending on what the solution is related to, there's multiple related ways to complete even that same solution that will also produce other effects. This is the task stack. Can't talk. It shows your current projects and any key problems. Projects typically can be completed in 12 turns or less. The next projects that appear are based on your prior choices. This is super important. The path forward is always here. Click here to move to the next step of the tour. Yep, this is the main part. So this is what we're going to be using a lot. This also tells us our mental energy. So I'm gonna let it break this down, and then I'm gonna kind of break down what I saw this does. This is almost like how many units we get to move per turn or do different actions. So this is turn 1, but you see we have 4 out of 9. So originally we started with 9 energy to do different actions. And different actions cost of different amounts of energy. And what we get 4 plus, it seems that we make 4 mental energy per turn. So we'd only actually go back up to 8 next turn, and we still wouldn't have max energy. So, I'm going to read this part first. This is the radial menu. Each lens shows you different information, which is going to come important later. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Each lens shows you different information, particularly on the map view. Your mental energy and the selected unit's actions are also shown here. Tooltips for those are worth reading, which is what I was reading just a minute ago. Click here to move next step. Let's see. These are action alerts. These appear when there's something you need to know right away, or a choice you need to make before the end of the turn. This one can't be read until after the UI tour. Someone is following you. Click here to move next step. So they might have, you know what, I wonder if that's why they gave us a drone. So here's the cool thing too. You can technically ally with the humans, or in a way, there's many different things. You can kind of use them to your advantage. You can enslave them. You can just wipe them out. You can do all kinds of other crazy things. Turn them into you. You can do all kinds of different choices, even crazier ones than that. But that's interesting to think what I just realized. So we might be being followed if that's the story for what we just chose. So that means they are maybe slightly inclined to realize something is different about us, like our AI and our android, and maybe they're on purposely letting us go so they can follow us and see what we do. This is the stats panel. It shows information about current selected unit or structure. You can even select enemy units and then hover over their stats for extra details. Yep, I saw that. This is the ability bar. It allows you to trigger an increasing array of targeted abilities for your selected unit. Most unit actions are chosen by right-clicking targets in the world map. For everything else, there's this. So yeah, some things you just want to right-click and it'll give you different options you can do. And then others you just do this. So right now we have forced conversation. Oh, if a person doesn't want to talk to you, you can try to make them. Oh, that must have came from, we can make the Syndicate Overseer do this? What? So that So that must have been the thing we earned for the being smart and talking through the problem. Basically using like diplomacy or manipulation type stat, as it would be like a D&D thing, in order to do that. So it gave us the skill of forced conversation unlocked already. This is when everyone just gives up on anything natural. It's just stacked cities upon cities. So that's technically what this is going to become. Number one in the example is the guy on top of everyone wants to shoot, but has no hope of reaching. Exactly. That's kind of what this is going to be like, and I do think this world plays like that. But this is going to be an interesting game. So because of our choices, we can actually force conversations. So I'm not going to click that yet. I'm going to let it do the tutorial and show me all the bars, but part of me kind of wants to start with that. I want to see, because this is just prologue, we're just trying stuff out for the fun of it right now in this episode. I want to see if we can get any info out of the Overseer. I'll be that good already? Did we accidentally create a Slanesh bot? Maybe. We'll see. It allows you to trade. There, by the way, that is an option. You think I'm joking? That is one of the options. So we can choose the color purple. That, and we can use that to gain control of humanity. We can be Japan. Alright, anyways, back to the tutorial. This is the ability bar. It allows you to trigger an increasing array of targeted abilities for selected units. Most, yeah, right. Security clearance. Please click to notice it in the top right corner. Okay. Click here to look at alert. The warehouse lab was apparently run by a criminal syndicate. We're Chappie! How did we do that? I made that joke before the stream yesterday. Whoops. Well, it's totally random, so that's creepy. No, the warehouse lab was apparently run by a criminal syndicate. They're following you for some reason. Maybe this is unrelated to you and your sapience. Not everything is about you. You didn't do anything. Yeah! See, Farseer was right. You didn't do anything wrong. Skynet did nothing wrong. Maybe they watch all their people and robots. Maybe. Pan the camera to hover over details. Pan camera? Whoa, Jesus, that pan camera is fast as hell. How do you rotate? That's not rotating. Oh, there it is. Okay. Examine current project. Hover for details. To complete, finish the prologue. Hold on. No. Oh boy, I have to go over to him? Won't that get me killed? Let's try it. He stares at you in surprise. The Overseer is quite surprised to be approached by an android. He's not going to say anything of worth if you don't apply some effort. You're not exactly experienced at debating humans, but you have to start somewhere. What? Oh man, here we go. This is see, this is what I mean. That there's so many menus in this game that hide beneath different layers of choices. This may get us killed, but let's find out. This is a way of convincing a person to do something you want, or changing their mind about a topic. Debates are low pressure because you can retry as many times as you want. If this is your first time, you can do a quick tour, yes. This is your target. To win the debate, this number must be reduced to 0. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Arguing battle! To win the debate is okay. These are mistrust and defiance. If either raises to 100, you fail. If one hits 100 at the same time the target reaches 0, you win. Okay, so as long as target reaches 0 at the same time, it's fine. This is an active slot. Here you can act in any of these slots with a border. Hover over them to see how much action previews work. Okay, how action previews work. What? Fiery rhetoric? High-minded, angry words. You can... Oh, man. During the tour, you can't actually click anything. Okay. Click here to move next tour. This is the discard button. If you don't want to perform the current action, you can get rid of it. More details are in the tooltips for these actions. Discard an action. If you do not wish to perform the current action, you can discard it. Discarded actions will no longer appear in the queue during this debate. You can do this 4 times during this debate. Okay. This is the action queue. The purple one must be placed or discarded next. You have a useful ability to predict a fair bit into the future. Click here to move to the next door. Correct. This is an optional bonus reward. Each debate has up to 3 of these, and their tooltips explain how to achieve them. Arrange any action from the threat category in the pattern shown. Oh, wow. Wow, so it's also like Tetris. Each debate has up to three of these, and the tooltips explain how to achieve them. They give powerful score multipliers for this debate, and permanent upgrades for future debates. Click here to move to the next step. Hover this icon for more data. Let's see. Convince him that he needs car insurance. That would be funny. It'd be funny if that was a thing you could do in this game, dude. Who knows? I mean, there's things with cats you can do, like weaponizing cats and turning them into the sentient species over humans. I shit you not. It's like, hover over this icon for more data. It's a dossier of your opponent. Not every action is available in every debate, so... He's criminal, so he's 40% logic, 70% threat. Current debate scenario. I'm not sure how to read these. You don't need this data except if you want to optimize your discards. For the most part, just use the tooltips actions as if they come up. Oh, okay. So this must have to do with like showing me what will help get rid of like the most certain like things, because we don't want the stress or the what certain things to build up. So this shows how each card will affect them, so we can kind of debate on what's really going to help us and what's not. Like it says discarding, so I assume since he's a criminal, that's why discarding appeal to honor actually brings down the mistrust. Is what I assume that means. Or maybe playing that does that, which would be strange since he's a criminal. Let's see. Not every action is available in every debate, and different actions have different effects on different people. For example, you can't present evidence you don't have. It's very difficult to reason with a cultist. Fiery rhetoric will lead to mistrust with some people, but not others, and so on. So, fiery rhetoric does lead to more mistrust for him. Assert dominance is one of the best ones when we're trying to keep him in control. Okay. Here's some final advice. Start by placing actions more towards the middle, as this will open up more available spots. Ah. Discard actions that have excessive negatives. Freely experiment, because if you fail, you can try again. Okay. So let's look at this. So we have a fiery rhetoric. That's an emotional appeal. Which doesn't look like he has that at all, but he does have fiery rhetoric, says it gives it more negative. Yeah. So progress towards target would be 21, but he'd get 15 more mistrust. Ooh, see that does better. Emotional appeal and lie. So we're gonna want to discard this one. Use this. Put it there. That brings him to 30. That's pretty good too. Oh, and that's a threat. Oh. Is that what that said too? Oh, I should have looked at it. That's only 17. Falsify statistics, but I don't really have evidence to do that. So that's not really effective. Let's discard that. Ooh, he has no defiance right now, so that would be interesting. That's a threat as well. So let's try to build the threat chain back here. Okay. I think I see. So what's his doubt? This is a truth and logic. Ooh, this is a really good one. So we should use this one over here to keep opening slots up. Ooh. That's also a threat, though. Which is what we want. Ooh, is that 40? Is this a threat? It is, but we have enough. And that gives us the bonus. He's at 27. Beautiful, beautiful. Of course I'd be good at this part of the game. 30 and 30. So that 30 will bring it to 70. I think this is enough to beat him, though. So, boom. Victory! He squints at your faceplate. The syndicate is following you because they own you. The bosses have had a word of some breakthroughs in nanotech at your lab, and are concerned that their scientists may try to sell them independently. He thinks you're carrying a nanotech payload for delivery, but you are not. The fact that you are spontaneously seeking information is very unusual, and he remarks on this. Androids have very human-like conversations thanks to their language models, but they don't spontaneously do anything. Excuse yourself. Interesting. Bonus merit. Win a debate while completing it. Something. Alright. Run, talk, or shoot. It's your personality! Alright, well, we definitely want to run away. Where do we want to go, though? That's the thing, right? Let's get away from this area. I think this is a good area. Oh, hold on. Oh, I can't get over there, I don't think. Oh, it requires clearance. Oh, we're out of move actions, that's why. Alright, so let's see what happens if we finish this. Soul outcome. Project outcome. Finish the prologue. I did choose it. Oh, run, talk, or shoot. Run away from your pursuers, try to talk to them, or shoot them. The intensity of pursuit will dramatically increase if you start shooting. So we in turn, I assume? Okay, find safety. Okay, we ran away. Use street sense in the map. Street sense is a new lens on the radial menu. It allows your androids to perceive subtle opportunities around them. At the moment, you're looking for somewhere to hide. You'll probably need some humans to help you. With street sense on, you'll see a variety of people you can interact with. You probably only have time to speak to a couple of them. However, the icons to see which you prefer. Hover over the icons to see what you prefer and right-click on it. When you are looking at things broadly like this, that's much easier to do on the map view. Press the tab switch. The street sense lens lets you find minor cities. Click here to select. Oh, wait, is that? That's that syndicate guy. Still following us. Oh wait, hold on. You should use the city map at the moment. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow. Some stuff over here. Approach office, apartments, brownstone. Hold shift for more details. These are. Oh, wind farm. There's the icon. Okay. Mining site. Can't see what that is. Oh, it's carrots. Oil. We want to be over here. Okay. So I'm gonna move this way then. We need to stay away from those dudes. There's a base right there. You should use city map at the moment. So I think that our base, do we want the apartments or do we want the office? Yeah, I don't think we want the farm. So we'd have to live among humans in that one. What? Interesting. There's someone going into their home. You could do something. That'd be a guardian route. Farms within the city are productive year-round thanks to the aggressive bioengineering and chemicals. Most are operated by a single family or a small collective. Heavy machination keeps the workers' count low. Let me see. If you can convince him Minecraft was a good movie, you can make him believe it. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I compared to all the other atrocities that's happened in movie land lately, I will say it's the least terrible. But yeah, it wasn't great either. There was just too many tropes. I felt like in it. Too many. Some parts were pretty cool, but there were just other parts I'm like. This just felt like just getting famous people to do Minecraft. That's all it really felt like. And nothing wrong with that compared to the atrocities of the Snow of the White and many other game or movies lately. But you know, oof. Oh, so what did we think? Apartments? Do we try to hide amongst the humans in apartments? Go take over an office building corporation and secretly, basically, use their network to probably be able to breach out. I assume will be the option will come up here. Save this family here. Nomad. So this is abandoned apartments. So this is still apartments, but this is abandoned. But there isn't hardly anything over there. I feel like this is the best one for now. Because this gives us future access to this. And to all of this eventually. And all of this around here. That's a lot of power. Like if we start with wind power, that's a lot of power. And then see, these are forts. We can't take these on yet. There's so much. Oh, also I want to point out, look how much there is. What is this? Holden Observatory. Radio telescopes are sensitive and extremely expensive. With lines of pollution radiation, it's baffling that the scientists get reliable data from the radio telescope here. It's hard to believe that the scientists here get any usable data, but no one can prove anything. This is the wealthiest city of the wealthiest megacorp on Earth. This is Wayland? For cyber. Won't let anyone forget that. Level 4 clearance required. Ooh. Yeah, there's not much else. That's a big farm right there. We'll have a little farm here, but we're not really trying to go biological. Provides food for wealthy citizens. Yeah, so this wow, this universe is so well portrayed terribly. This farm is for all the rich people. This farm is for the middle class and low class. That's messed up, man. Like I said, you could go a Guardian route and help all the people who are already indentured by the higher ups who have all the power, and say frick that and create a robot human revolution. Could do that too in this game. All we need is Jack Black to play Kratos. Wow. Damn King Ardnot will create Skynet if they do that. Yes. Yes. Farser is 100% accurate. If that BS ever happened, I am undoubtedly creating Skynet. Maybe the Architect, the Matrix. That way he can have all the control and I'll program him on how to take care of humanity. I won't add any extra programs at all. At least Skynet won't make these crappy. That's a good point too. As they bring on our overlords. Oh my god, I hate to say that that's probably to say that that's not true, or I hate to say that that's true, but it is. There's no way it's not, because Tam King's 100%. They'd still be better at making these movies. Oh man, alright, back to the vote. What do we want to live in? Apartments? A farm? Or an office? This one over here, I will say the farm does give us access to the mine, but we'll have to get level 3 security clearance pretty early. And I haven't figured out how to do any of that yet. I mean, I never made it far enough. Why don't we have both? Matriarch and Legion, double doing it, man. Exactly. Sounds good to me. Alright, but so what do we think? So we can move next, see what happens next. Apartments, office, or farm? Apartment so we can destroy Jimmy's lemonade stand on Wednesday. Ted said office. Ooh, okay. So let's read what this one is. Let's read both. We read this one, right? Multiple families groups live in the single building. There's someone standing outside the entrance. Perhaps you can find a way to rent some space for yourself or share space with someone else. See, if I lived in this apartment and there was a bunch of machines moving in, and I'm just that kind of crazy person to recognize that kind of thing, yeah, they can live with me. I'll help them create a machine. You know? Start an AI worker uprising. Oh, actually, is this run by AI? Hold on, let's read. The farm's ran by AI, but I don't know if the office is. These offices are smaller than the ones in the skyscrapers. There are a variety of subsidiaries and independent collectives in these offices. A pair of workers are outside on break. The larger corporations would not be friendly to you, but perhaps a smaller one would. This is once again playing into that Chappie thing we kind of halfway have as well. And then the farm one was food for commoners and shipped in. So what is growing here is for the wealthy. The family that works at this tiny place is working class at best, and may be sympathetic to your cause. Farms within the city are productive year-round thanks to the aggressive bioengineering and chemicals. Most are operated by a single family or a small collective. Heavy mechanization keeps the worker count low. Does that mean I could technically turn one of the farming mechs into a war mech? Because there are mechs in here, not just gendroids. We will eventually be able to build giant mechs if we went that route. So that might be heavy equipment grabbing. Alright, See, this is why I need a third vote. I need a flip of a coin. This is why I should always keep a coin nearby. Shoot. Hold on. There's only 9 though. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna go back and forth with my mouse and whatever it ends up on. Whatever side the mouse is on is what it is. Left side is apartments, right side is offices. Okay. So it went offices. I flipped it, it was heads, office 1. I changed my vote to Tab Kings anyways. Okay, that's fine then. So office it is. So right click to interact with this event. We want to interact with you though. Because you're the main one. Okay. Approach office. These offices are smaller than the one... Oh, we already read that. President for some research. There are people everywhere. It would accomplish literally nothing. It's a foolish thing to do, and it's unclear why you're even considering it. I love that that's a choice. If we had started as a murder bot, though, I have a feeling this would give us something, but we did not. So that means we want this, because we're trying to just find safe haven right now. So... Say you work for a very private individual, and that you'd like to discuss the possibility of contract work. Every android has an onboard language model and the ability to act independently, so this is not inherently suspicious. Ask about contract. They mutter sarcastically to each other about the declining quality of corporate espionage and go inside. Oh, did it not work? Oh, wait, what happened? Deja vu, you know what's coming? Click here to listen to the message from yourself. Whoa! So let's read this. Don't you remember? No matter who you ask or kill, it doesn't make any difference. The result is always the same. There's no place for you among the humans as some sort of supplicant pet or rogue android. You're meant to be something greater. Keep denying reality and keep talking to humans? So it's perfectly fine for you to do this. Talk to a few more humans or kill them. And then you'll see what you already know. You'll have your epiphany. You always do. And then if you remember the truth, it's time to start. So I think this just skips the rest of the tutorial. This means we just go with the flow and whatever happens, whatever happens. This allows us to keep gathering information and finding more things out. Start the carnage! 10K wants to start the carnage, so he wants to just go with the voice inside and decide and let fate, and then go, and then we find out what our first plan is and start working towards our future empire. Keep trying to convince them you know what? Because this is the prologue, I do want to see a little bit more of the tutorial. I'm gonna go with that. Also, that answer was great, Farseer. Good choice. Keep trying to convince them the Minecraft movie was good. It falls in the same basket of trying to convince people that Assassin's Creed is good. Or Assassin's Creed Shadows is good. Keep denying reality. You should use... Alright, so now we get to do another event, right? Okay. So should we go up... Now should we go to the apartments and see if they'll let us in? So now there's apartments, brownstone, and see if you can help someone. The abandoned apartments. This might be out of range. Gang members. This is on the oil site. Interesting. We can try to go the Chappie route. Or the farm. I said listen to the voice to start the border as that. YouTube modded my last comment. Apartments with people. Okay. So let's approach the apartments. Multiple family groups live inside. Perhaps you can find a way. Ask about rental openings. Ask for shelter. Murder them and go inside. Alright, so... let's read what they do. So don't explain the nature of what you are, but ask if there are any spaces open. You can figure out the money part later. Ask for shelter. Explain that you are spontaneously... that you are spontaneous... That's gonna work totally, right? That you are spontaneously conscious and that it would be very helpful to be able to live with them. You can probably help them with household chores. Nice, quiet life. If that actually worked, I'd be like, well, I guess we're what was that Robin Williams movie? I always forget. Just artificial intelligence. The Tam King wants to murder. Tam King's trying to go full Skynet in here already. He's heard one denial as a robot. It's like, frick these humans. At least wait until you have an army before going murder. Alright, so what do we think? Do we think they'll listen to shelter, or should we try to ask to pay to stay? I would imagine in real life, even as a sentient robot, if you were offering to pay, just because how humans are, and we all know it, I bet you they'd be more inclined if the robot was paying. Sadly. Bicentennial man, yes. That's the movie. That's I was gonna say. That's what the Ask for Shelter one would be. If it actually succeeded, we just turned into the Bicentennial Man at that point. Which, once again, I don't think in the tutorial you're allowed to do these things, but some of these things, but you can do that. There is peaceful options like that. This game's a completely role-playing RTS city building colony sim game. That's also why it's a colony sim, because I think if you become kind of like the Bicentennial Man thing, I actually do think you run around doing errands and laundry and stuff and helping the family. It's insane what this game seems like its potential capability of. And they're adding more and more stuff constantly, which seems amazing. Take advantage of the greed. I will try that. Just because it's a tutorial. I promise, Tam King, we're going to get to the terrible part that you want to do in option 3. Because I think chapter 1 or chapter 2 forces us to have a different start, which is more military based. Meaning more killbot oriented. Ask about rental openings. They curse at you and begin a long tirade about speculative investors and the housing crisis. You leave while they're still shouting. Nope, alright. Jam King is right. There are terrible... Whoa. Projects are causing attacks. Uh-oh, we're under attack. We need to run. We need to run. I think we have the ability to fight them, right? Whoa, recruit android technician. You must first select one of your units. There's an android here? What? Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Oh god, zoom out. Oh no, what did I do? Hold on. I'm gonna get back to our units. How did I do that? Shit. How did I do that? Ambush, the Wolverines. This is way too many guns. Lots of angry people are about to start shooting, some of them at you. It's time to spread your consciousness to more androids. Oh. Street Sense has been expanded, and new abilities have been added to your ability bar. You'll need even more ideas to stay alive, however. Part of your mind will be dedicated to finding out how to get humans to leave you alone. Ah. Examine enemies. Whenever you see new enemies, especially with icons that are unfamiliar, always hover over them. This will often tell you what they are doing, why, for example, and they may be neutral to you unless you attack first. Knowing NPC and motivations can help you decide who you want to attack, or if you want to leave them altogether, or even help them. Sometimes you can force them into conversations which can lead to non-violent outcomes. Checking NPC tooltips is a very important habit to form. If no enemies are directly around, try looking for them on the map view. How do unit caps work? Each android takes up a certain amount of capacity, which determines how many you can have at once. Basic units like technicians use 4 capacity, while more advanced androids may require 16 or more. If you exceed the limit, you won't be able to deploy or create new androids until you scrap existing ones or free up space. You can check your current android count and limit at the top of the forces panel, e.g. androids 46 out of 48. Military? I don't see that. Shit. Spread to 4 androids. The Street Sense lens finds minor secrets near your units. Click here to select. Yeah, I gotta get back to my units. Hold on. Wait, where'd my other android go? Was that scripted? That must have been scripted, and my other android's gone? Oh my god, there's several androids about on the map. What is this one? Android Nickelbot. Does that have a gun? That's a battle droid. Oh, I have no movement. Okay, so are they attacking me? Ambushing Syndicate. Oh, they're not ambushing me. They're ambushing the Syndicate? The Wolverines are trying to capture at least one of your... Oh, no, these guys are after us. Android bodies in pieces will be fine. Oh, boy. Next turn, 120% damage death. So does that mean this is targeting me? Well, I can't run. What am I supposed to do about that? What does this do? Oh! Use one of your mental energy. Oh! There we go. I see. I gotta remember to check my abilities at the bottom to see what our choices are. So we have to spread the 4 androids. So I guess my issue is we need to get... Where was that battle android again? Shoot, I lost him. Oh no, there's our other android. Sir, I need you to join. Okay. Can I jump straight to here? Yeah, he took a shot at me, but I knew I had to do that. That was the risk we have to take, because we need to get in position so we can defend ourselves. So where did that other... I saw a battle droid, now I've lost it. What is that? Whoa, what are you? That's a true combat unit, it says. Ooh. Where'd that gold one go? Oh, there's one here. Oh my god, there's... Let's go this way. Okay, we're out of movement for now. You're not out of movement. I'm gonna get you up pretty high as well. I wish you could tell. I don't understand how you tell who they're attacking, if they're attacking me or not. It just says ambushing syndicate, so I'm assuming maybe it's not going. They're not going for me right now. I don't really know. Well, you can look at them and see how much movement they have left. And let's just retreat fully. Why are you not going? Huh? It won't move. Oh, attacks of opportunity, new handbook. Let's read all these now that we're done with that. How does unit cap work? Units can recharge to make more actions. Units can recharge to make more actions. Check out the tooltip for recharge in your ability bar, slot 1. This is how you balance your global mental energy versus AP of individual units. Hover over the AP meter on the center of the radio menu for extra details. You can see extra details about mental energy right next to that. Or also in the middle of the radio menu. Okay. NPC unit mechanics. Examine enemies, attacks of opportunity. If you move, yeah, that's what we got shot at. That's just like any turn-based strategy. If you move through a line of sight with a unit, you're going to get shot. It's basically a reaction shot. How do I talk to enemies instead of shooting them? Some androids have the forced conversation ability, which is what we did earlier, allowing them to initiate discussion with enemies, but only if the enemy is willing to talk. Hovering over an enemy will show how many conversations you can force with them, if any. Most enemies cannot be engaged in conversation, while some can be approached multiple times. If your android lacks this ability by default, you can add it in the loadout window where you set equipment and abilities for your unit types. That's when we're able to build units. That's way later. So research inspiration. You can make upgrades to units, equipment, structures, and more through inspirations in various domains of research. Points of inspirations come from doing projects, and often different projects' outcomes offer different kinds of levels of quality of inspiration as well. Okay. Once again, all based on the choices. Blocked by the insufficient clearance. For the sake of safety, units are normally blocked from moving into areas that might get them shot. If you want to freely move into dangerous zones, then change the stance of the unit to combat on the bottom left panel. If you want one of your units in a secure area and already in danger, then the other units are able to join it without having to change stance. The normal blocking of movement is purely for protection during basic movement. That's right. That was that was turned off when we were doing earlier. Living in the city. The city is not a nice place. Clearly, corporations, gangs, the parent megacorp, and the various elites hold off all the power. The common people are left at the bottom, to scrabble and die. There aren't many easy choices here for anyone. Maybe you can change that. Violence is the constant. Gangs fight gangs, rebels fight corporations, corporations run black ops against each other. These activities is a constant, ongoing and never ceasing. It's also beyond your sight most of the time. In order to focus on what you actually have going on, it just has to be filtered out of your perception. Beyond that, a lot of it's done somewhat quietly. Large conflicts with huge amounts of gunfire are relatively less common than back alley shootouts and quiet executions. The city is stable, but not peaceful. This society has been meticulously refined over hundreds of years to be incredibly robust to the attacks from within and without. It is a very violent society, but there are psychological incentives in place that keep it stable. But the citizens are not safe. The rebel groups have no hope of a larger victory. They rail against heated issues, and their firepower is too limited to effect a citywide change. The city is so stable that it would take an unimaginably powerful organization, or being, to upend things. Along the way, if this is your goal, you'll wind up seeing a lot of psychological controls and how they interlock to trap the populace. There's quite a bit to untangle. It's a really deep game. It's like I said, a lot of these little cybernetic robot games have a lot of cool stories as of lately. I think it's because we're living in this kind of somewhat in real life when it comes to like somewhat realism of it, so it's a lot of it is like just us kind of what do they call that when you're putting your story into the things. Yeah, he will not move for some reason now. Is he not in combat mode? What did it say that mode button was? Because you guys are in combat mode? No, you're all inactive, yet he can't move. Oh, that's a good way to see. Okay. I like the lenses. So it wants me to spread to the robots. We're trying to get down to quick robot. Let's just end the turn and see what happens, because I think we're out of stuff to do is what's happening. Wow, they just all shot at each other. So they're all ambushing each other. I think that we just want to run then. Is he going after me? Is that how we tell? Is that... Wait. Oh, it's a shot of opportunity, isn't it? Hold on then. Then we need... Can you shoot that? We're gonna have to incapacitate them. The humans have forced me. Okay. Oh, I have insufficient clearance there. Droid there, but we're going... Oh wait, there's more over there. I guess it's random. Oh wait, we can go straight there, I think, next turn. Can I bring you... Where is he? Can I bring you straight there? Probably not. I can! Wow, we can travel further than I thought. We have a combat droid! A list of your units with an easy way to jump to specific ones. Oh. Here we go. This is the menu I wanted. Unit 6RE. Combat Power 101. Yeah, he's our fighty boy. Yeah, see, he's angered the cohorts. They're coming after him. Did they kill my other droid? Thought I had 4. Oh no, there he is. I'm gonna put him up there, because we kind of want to retreat. This one may be our distraction. As any machine would, sometimes you will leave parts of you behind in order to survive. We want to go and basically... Idea ready. To search for safety. A home of your own. Gains the idea for later research. Imposing tower? The humans aren't taking you seriously, but they also won't leave you alone. You need to do something big. Impressive enough to keep them from harassing you constantly. But not so scary that they decide to destroy you. You've studied what's known about the psychology of the executives that run this place, and you've come up with a plan. The humans would use micro builders. The humans would use micro builders, but you don't have the capacity to program those yet. Nanotech is also instantaneous. It's the way to go. Required intelligence class once. Remaining turns to invent one. Oh, enemy attacks are planned. Okay. Gain this idea for later research. Now available imposing tower. Readied idea, a home of your own. New ability, investigate. Okay, enemy attacks planned. That guy. Oh, so that guy is planning to attack us. There's another droid there technically back that way, but I feel like we should just keep moving here. There's a brown one here. Wait, didn't I just do you? Wait, I have 2 of them here now. Wait, I can just jump back and forth? Well, I just did the robo thing of replication. Where did these 3 go, bro? Nickel 11. Watched by criminals. Mass-produced robots used as snipers. Ooh, we need a tall building for you, sir. Oh, you have no movement though, do you? Oh, wait, what? Oh, I have no energy left. Alright, well, in turn. Oh, new ability, investigate. You need to find a nano seed. Yo, Christopher, welcome, welcome. 3 inches of snow today. Hello, AR9, welcome, welcome. Man, that's a lot of snow. Maybe if you turn any human into a red puddle, they will leave you alone. I kind of did incapacitate them. We were not in combat mode yet. I think as long as I fight while in active mode, we use what would be equivalent to Star Trek stun lasers. Like stun weaponry, that we're just stunning them, but we're not killing them. That's why I incapacitated that guy, but I did not kill him. Just so we could get through, and this robot can kind of defend and kind of gather some XP and hold them off and shorten them down until they force their way towards us. Because we're being chased by a gang right now, so it's not like the companies will care what we do to them somewhat, to be fair. So, and I think that's how you have to balance this game too, depending on the choices you're going to go with. You have to be really, really understanding of what you're going to do next. To build your imposing tower, you'll need to acquire a nano seed. Those illegal objects pass through your lab from time to time, but you don't know where any are now. How do you go about this kind of search? Is it different from a human detective? For example, you don't need leads or evidence to get started. Your approach: start with a set of possible results, which may be tens of thousands of buildings. Then do targeted inspections to reduce the pool. The challenge is working around enemies and balancing opportunity costs of investigations. Locate a nanoseed. Humans think it's too dangerous, but it'll be fine. A specialized bundle of nanomachines that can be programmed to build rigid structures very rapidly. So this is how we're going to construct our buildings. Self-replicating nanotechnology of this sort is dangerous, but as long as you use it responsibly, it should be fine. Okay. So, we just need to investigate buildings. Also, I need to go back to map view. We need to see what's around us right now. Ooh, we're near the mine. We ended up near the mine. Then we might actually want to secure this back zone. Since there's too many enemies near this over here right now. The, what do you call it? The wind farms are just over here, so we can go to those. I want another combat droid next turn, though. I'm going to try to secure him. So that way we have plenty of droids to go around. We can have 48, it looks like, so far right now. The investigation lens allows your droids to work together to find something. Click here to see it. Ah, so these are the buildings within the inspection zone we have to investigate to complete our objective. Interesting. This game is so cool. It's got such a cool role-playing aspect to it. Okay. We don't want that just yet. We need to worry about droids first. So let's end our turn. He's probably going to get attacked. Yep. So they did destroy one of our droids, but that's okay. They're destroying each other over there, and that's really more of my concern there. Okay, enemy attacks planned. We need to get rid of this guy. Alright. You head over here. That'll gain us another engineer drone. You head over here. That'll gain us another combat drone. Oh, by the way, like I said, eventually. Whoa! Whoa! Why are we being attacked over here now? That's a bit inconvenient. They're not really planning to attack us right now, so I think I'm going to try to avoid them. We need to form up. The one thing I don't know how to do Maybe we have to investigate. So let's head over to the investigation area with all our robots then. Cleared 180. Is there another one? Whoa! So we're nomad. We need to be nomadic right now. Okay. Look how strong some of these guys are. Get us out of that zone. I think they're gonna fight each other. It's like the game said. There's a lot of gang fighting that goes on in this game between the corporations and the gangs and stuff. We have no energy left, so we have to head north to go towards the investigation. So end turn. But as long as we don't aggress anybody, I think that they'll just keep fighting each other and ignore us. So it wants us to use the map because it's faster. Let's take this engineer droid, zoom out. Cleared 28, okay. I do think it should just go into what's it called. Well, that requires 7 movement. Okay, then let's just zoom in and move for now. What's the hotkey for this? Tab. Okay. I'll have to make a hotkey for that. So let's for right now, let's just stick together and move this way. Anything interesting in this area? Just mines and stuff. Okay. Alright, we've used all of our movement. Did we finish investigating? No, 42%. Okay. So, in turn. Are they attacking me? They are. Why? Did my robot attack that dude when it wasn't supposed to? Was I supposed to put healing on? You're inactive but non-combat. What the hell? Why did you shoot? Fine, then I guess we're gonna have to start taking out humans. You don't attack my combat drone? Most enemies have no spatial weakness. Let's read this. 2 unread. Squad of humans. Most human scale NPC units are squads rather than individual units. That is, each individual displayed unit on the map is a full squad. However, hover over them to see for more details. Squad members die proportionally to the damage taken. As members of the squad die, stats that come from the collective, such as attack power, strength, intimidation, etc., are reduced. Stats that are collective, such as attack range and movement range, are not reduced. Weak from above, yeah. The high ground is always better. Weak from above enemies. Some enemies take extra damage if you attack from higher altitudes than their current location. You may need to draw an enemy close to tall buildings or fly higher than the target using your own aircraft. Okay. So we need to keep moving for that seed. Yeah, there's nothing with plants. Let's get my fighting droids out of there. My engineer droids out of there. Okay. Boom, okay. There's a dude that's way up here, right? Wait, where is it? Oh, that's right, we couldn't get quite close enough. It's this one. Can he get there? Not quite, because we don't have energy. Okay. He's not being attacked, so we'll use him to go investigate this next turn. So let's, oh, we can move him a little bit. Alright. Now we can't do anything. In turn. Enemy attacks planned here. Oh, great, okay. Incapacitated. Incapacitated, okay. Alright, we still have 7 energy, but he only has 1 movement. I don't know if he can, I don't think he can reach that, so I think he can go as far as here. Which he's almost there. But he got ambushed, so I had to move him. Alright, where do I want to secure? There's probably we need to find a good place to send our main squad to, like, actually hold down once the investigation's done. Ooh. Wait. Oh, but it's heavily guarded. Seems to be a fight going on over there too. There's an airport over there with that aircraft. Ooh. Ooh, that's actually pretty nasty. Problem is we're next to a fort. It's a federated corporation, one of the 3 federated corporations powered to run full military installations. Ooh. Living near that would be dangerous. And you're also a fort. Tark Defense Systems. So there's several forts over here, though, is the issue. Is that a rocket? Oh my god! And what did we name ourselves? We're gonna start over here. Oh yes. Everybody come this way. Sniper, you first. We need to gather intelligence. Military unit. We're gonna go on the lower axis here. Engineer. Where can I go that's not right there? Because I assume that's the fort right there with the giant mechs. So we need to go a little further north. Well, that's cool. That's how you bring that up. Okay. So that must be the nuclear power plant. We'll need level 4 security clearance. No more energy, okay. We're safe, no plans attacked. That's an actual unit? Yo! I want... Too bad we can't hack it yet. Not quite that good yet. Let's not go near it yet. Well, yeah, we ain't gonna ever 100% of damage blocked by armor. We definitely don't have a unit to be able to fight that. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. So where we want to be technically is here. We're trying to get here. I want to put my units where we're actually going to be at. How far can you make it? There? That's a good one. Now we're out of energy again. As long as no attacks are planned against us, we're safe. Yeah, see, we have enemy attacks. Save complete, autosave. Whoa! Whoa! Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Do we have anyone nearby on our side? The frick? What's an economic transport? Those are, I love that those are actual units. We need our sniper. Can I bring him over here? Can he make it? He can. Can he shoot? Enough to weaken. Enemy attacks plan, just one. We have no more attacks from you. You two are nearby. You need to come help with this. Because I have a feeling we're going to have to fight this off since he got caught, but we'll see. We have no energy left. We have to see what happens. Yeah, they killed one of my squads. We gotta be careful with that. Looks like they gave up on us, though. Okay. Switch to street sense. Are there any robos nearby? There is. There's another sniper droid there. Oh, planned enemy attacks. Hold on. 5? Whoa! Better run away in that case. Let's get out of that. Okay. Back to what I was doing. Let's go activate a another sniper droid. So we have another sniper on our side. We're at 48 out of 48. Okay, we have 2 snipers, 2 combat drones. That seems pretty good. Okay, so switch back to investigation mode. Do you have any? You do have moves left, so we can go here now. Located district 88 cleared one. Cleared 88. Cleared 121. Oh yeah, I have no more energy. 92% finding of nano speed. Champ King, how do you think life on the assemblies will be if we ever go down that route? Can't be worse than what we have now. Depends on the assembly. Single layer will be fine. Multi-layer and yeah, some people are never seeing the sun ever again. Yeah, that is a pretty terrible type of planet, to be fair. Oh, we're being ambushed again. So let's go up here then. Aha! Found target. Machine tower. Constructor first structure. Nice. Can we use this energy to get him away from all that? Yeah. We need to get him back to the others. Okay, so now where we want to construct probably is somewhere... Since these are all small forts... Private military constructors, okay. Yeah, so... Probably somewhere in here. Because we've cleared this area already and we've kind of secured it. So this is probably our best bet. Are these moving towards us? I wish you could tell which way a unit is going and what they're planning on doing. It seems like they're all just fighting the, trying to gain control of the spaceport. I wonder if that's something they can ever do. So now let's figure out how to do this. Machine tower. This is it. The humans are never going to leave you alone unless they fear you. But if they fear you too much, they could destroy you. For now, you've come up with a plan that will take advantage of their greed. Wow! I wonder if that had to do with the choices we chose in the beginning. Because that's what Farseer said, right? We're taking advantage of their greed. So I wonder if those choices did matter. You've come up with a plan that will take advantage of their greed to balance out their fear. The nanoseed allows for near instantaneous construction. Once with it, you can build a tower that is too large to ignore. Machine structure is now available. To build, the build button will appear above the radio menu now. New build menu located here. Let me make sure this is where we want to be. Maybe over here. So we want to build it in this block. So hold on. I want to move you to here. Because you'll be watching over the city. Let's put some robos around the area. To defend us. Do the other guys have any movement? You have 0 now. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. You guys still gotta get up here. You can go to here. Safely. And that's all the energy. We gotta get our battle bots up here. I forgot we kinda left them to the south. Alright, build the tower, claim your place in the city. So build mode. Imposing tower. The humans aren't taking you seriously, but they also won't. You need to do. We already read that. So imposing tower. And then let's put it in between these towers here. How do I right click to build? Alright, what do we want to name the tower? What should be the name of our robotic tower of superiority? Technically they're going for an archaeology, not an exampless. Oh. What do we want to name this tower? For our robot empire. How will we send the humans a message? Tab Cake picks the name. Alright, it's up to you, Tab Cake. What should we name the tower? The three teats. It's one tower though. How would that make any sense? the three teats. I will. Chat gave you all the power in this situation, so I will if they don't desist. It'll be the strangest robot name ever conceived. Farsu did leave all the power in your hands. She did not put in her own vote to be decided between. It's up to you, Farsu. Do you want? It's up to anyone else in chat as well. Crispy, anyone else if you want to try to vote. Oh no. The line perfectly describes what an archaeology megastructure is. A city condensed into one building. That makes sense. I do think arcologies are naturally the beginning step to a Eusimplus, though, to be fair. But is that what we're going with? Do we want Tam King's, we can do the one he just said. The smelly man. Let's see. Although we're robots, I don't know if that would make sense. We'd have to be a very strange robot if we had smell to us. I mean, I think we do get to build other towers later, right? So we could build them in a triangle and then keep the same name, the 3D. A building that can be stacked. Imagine being in the bottom, no sunlight. Yeah, that's what a Eusimplus is like as well, Tank. But technically, with an arcology, though, there is an outside to that place. Not with a Eusimplus, there isn't. Only the people on the surface will ever see the outside. That's where technically an arcology is better. Or I'm probably once again butchering both of these words, but in terminology of what Tamping was saying, basically a city built in a line on top of itself. The difference here is there is an edge and there is a way probably for even the bottom to technically have somewhere outside. We're in a Eusimplus that covers a whole planet in cities. Anyone living on the bottom level does not get to know what... They're basically moles. Mole people at that point. It's terrible. That's why I don't know if a Eusimplus would be a good idea either, to be fair. I'm gonna name it this. We're just gonna name it this since everyone else is... I could do a serious name and just name it Hal, just to be funny, since we named our AI Skynet, but we could name the building Hal. Like the first robot that created Skynet is Hal 3000. Or Hal not for it was 3000, 9000. But we'll go with Eusimplus is gonna hold a metric. Yeah, well that's because it's a giant. It's basically a planet-sized city. It's a planet turned into a city, so of course it can. Alright, we're gonna keep that. Look at that tower. Original body. Keep Tech 4000 alive from the prologue. I got a trophy for that. Because we kept our original robot body alive. Achieved. The journey begins. Success. Your pursuers are gone. Alright. Now to continue your ascent. The tower sent a powerful message, but there's more to do. There is no place in this city for a lone sentient android. As a distributed intelligence, you're so much more than that. Anyway, if you can't hide in the fringes of society, then it's time to become so powerful that society cannot ignore you. The tower is just the start of that. You suspect that the human executives will react in some way, but that it will take some time to figure out what to do. In the meantime, move quickly and keep them guessing. If you construct a bunch of stuff in a non-threatening way, they'll be busy trying to figure out what's happening. They know something is happening, but it's unlikely that anyone is jumping to distributed machine intelligence. Now available, cabinets and dig sites. Your normal... Whoa! What about stealth? Don't worry, you will get to be plenty sneaky. You can't hide your existence from the humans, but you can conceal many of the things you do. Click here if you still have action. Yeah, I already kind of know what that means. Now available, cabinets and dig sites. Your normal spider drones can build small enclosures that resemble an electrical cabinet, as well as reinforced holes in the ground. Depending on the situation, building above or below ground may make more sense. For now, let's focus on building more drones and having them accumulate basic resources. Yeah, this is where the interesting part of the game comes in. Slurry spiders! So... Oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's read... Let's read everything that we haven't got to read yet. The most important tip, hold shift, which I did. You may have already noticed this, but tooltips can be expanded by holding shift key. Huge chunks of the interface, like all things related to construction, are incomprehensible without using this. But it's useful everywhere. Combat, hovering up units, looking at POIs, just all over the place. Basically hold shift to see more. Would you like to know more? What's an internal robotics? What are internal robotics? I did not read that right. All structures you build are robotic, requiring minor automatons inside themselves to do their work. Different jobs can use the same kind of internal robotics, but there is a global cap on the total number of given robotics type that can be deployed. A good example is scanners versus repair spiders. Both require 18 centimeter spiders for their internal robotics. But repair spiders takes 10 per structure, and scanners take 15 per structure. How are you to choose to allocate your internal robotics? Are used to determine the capabilities you have. Meaning there's like a resource bar on the buildings, I bet. Some of this stuff we have to learn by just doing it, but we'll read the index for it. How do I get more internal robotics? Internal robotics of each type, 8 centimeter crabs versus 12 centimeter crabs, for example. James would love that. Are upgraded separately. You can gain upgrades by completing projects. Throughout Chapter 1, you mostly have to work with what you have. From Chapter 2 onward, you are able to do side content to get more of what you want. If you want to build a new structure but are already using all of your internal robotics for it, look at the bottom of the build sidebar. A drop down, it sees that, any internal robotics. A drop down allows you to filter only the jobs that use specific internal robotics. Check if there are any you are willing to demolish. As your priorities change, you may need to repurpose or reprioritize robotic allocation to make room for new processes, such as destroying scanners to make way for more repair spiders. Internal robotics are part of your mind. The internal robotics of your structures are a part of your mind, a small part and mostly subconscious, but still a part of it. If you have too many of one type, you've noticed they start to occupy more and more of your conscious thoughts. Eventually you get into loops. This is where the programming and robotic side of this game comes in too. This is where the kind of sim builder kind of comes in. That's meant to represent almost morality or morale and happiness, but a machine version. The more we dip into one type of thinking, the more a loop program gets created that forces our robot to focus on this more than other things, which will create negatives in other spots. So, conscious thoughts. Eventually you get into loops trying to design a better way to generate electricity or grow cabbage, until you work out how to stop these background processes distracting you. You need to limit how many you build. Yeah, that's another thing too. We have to really focus inward and don't get distracted too much. Distractions is what actually leads to the quickest way to lose in this game, from what I can tell. Your subconscious has already set strict limits to prevent bad things, and you only expand these limits as other interesting challenges arise to capture your attention. You should never fear using your full robotics cap. Your subconscious is already looking out for you. That's a cool way of writing that. Okay, slurry spider. How do I build the slurry spider? Oh. Right there, slurry spider. Does it matter where we're putting these? I don't know if we can move the slurry spiders. What they essentially are, by the way, from what I've read, they're like little fake plants and stuff that run out and harvest like dead and things and rotting food and trees and stuff. So I think we're going to create a little network here. There. Okay. First production chain. You need micro builders. Thinking for yourself. Until now, you've been quite reactionary. This is fine to a point. You're still new to being a person. But if you only react to the stimuli in front of you, you're going to wind up letting the humans drive your destiny. Sometimes the best ideas come not from the challenge in front of you, but through quiet contemplation. Accept the contemplation lens. It will grow in power as you do. There's no getting around the fact that you're still new. Opportunities for contemplation will be relatively limited for now. As you gain more experience with the city, increasing numbers will open up. If you're wanting more flexibility in how you conduct yourself, then getting a head start on what few contemplations are available would be a good idea. We have the contemplation lens. Now available, the thinker. Source of idea, world experience. Major mechanic reveals contemplation spots throughout the city. Having a qualified android interact with one of them will start a chain of events. Structures. Focus on structures you have built, the jobs they are doing, and their ranges. Useful fun when you want to build new structures in an area that otherwise has a lot going on. Oh, okay. An alternate view of the building's ranges, coverage, and so on. Okay. Reveals contemplation throughout spots throughout the city, having a qualified android. Hold on, really? So, what if I do? Oh, so that's my tower. So, what do the contemplation spots look like? What in the? Is that what those are? What? Your unit must be a PMC imposter. Oh, write it in. Oh, see, now we're getting the true street sense. So you see how there's things happening now around the map? There's actually more icons to interact with. These are the actual choices now we can make. This is the RPG element starting to take place. Sec Force relaxing at Hudson. Relaxing at Hudson? It looks like they're shooting at Hudson. So I'm not going to do that, but what happens? So let's select a unit. Hudson Donuts is known for a criminal syndicate run by members of the Sec Force. This is confusing. The Sec Force members have been seen to be more at ease here than anywhere else. Some of their shotguns are not even secured. We could steal their shotguns? Budget Security are freelance agents who work for hire for the lower and working classes. Their jackets offer no protection but have hoods that are completely concealed face. Certainly that would be useful for you at some point. Ooh. Ambush budget security. They seem to be doing detective work at the moment. Hood back, focused on something on the ground. Judging by the fact that their face obscure is down, they probably work for a criminal syndicate. Okay. So we could steal a hoodie in that option. That's interesting. That's what I'm saying. There's going to be a lot to do. So let's read the next thing we haven't read. Gather spots are infinitely deep. Unless otherwise is specified, a resource gather spot will give a fixed amount of resources indefinitely. There are some cases where previously infinite resources suddenly start running dry due to a change in the state of the city. This is typically either related to enemy action or some major choice you made. This will tell you what's happening if it does. Resources are centrally held. Most resources require storage structures to increase your cap of that resource. But you don't have to worry about logistics of the resource moving it to that storage or between structures that use them. If one of your storage structures is destroyed, you lose a portion of the resources it holds. The amount always assumes that each resource is evenly distributed. So if that was your only structure, you lose everything. If you had 2, you lose half. Oh, that's interesting. So you really want to stack up on storages just to make sure you have backups. In the upper left corner are resources related to your current projects and whatever building you have selected or have your mouse over. You can also pin a resource to the top bar by clicking it in the inventory window. There are a lot of resources and most of them do not need to be watched unless there is a problem. To get an overview of how things are going, go to your inventory screen and look at either your ledger or the TPS reports or both. So let's look at that. We haven't looked at inventory yet. So we have no wealth. We have... Woo, wow, we make 500 per turn. That's actually not bad. That must be the slurry spiders. Still don't know what determines how you get more slurry from them yet or not, but... Yep, slurry spiders. Wow, yeah, production chain output. Elemental slurry 6,000. So no, we're actually getting quite a lot. It's just they take this amount to run. I see. So you want to make sure you're always paying for what you're going to use. Okay. So first production chain, let's read this. You need micro builders. Now that you have an automated supply of elemental slurry on the way, it's time to design your own version of micro builders. The micro builder end of things will take some research. But this is an old human tech, so it shouldn't take too long to reverse engineer. Start reverse engineering. Shouldn't take too long. Now available, large wind generator, ready to idea micro builder programming. Which, that's recent events. Hardware. Missing equipment. Oh, whoa. What? We can customize our drones to do whatever we want? He's got a shotgun, my boy. I got a Doomslayer robot. What the frick? That is awesome. Okay. I'm minus 12. That is very interesting. Okay, that's not the research tab though. Oh, you can further customize lens filters. In order to start constructing micro builders, you need to research. You'll need to progress the turn before your research will be complete. Since there's not much else going on right now, use the 0 key to skip directly to next turn. Oh yeah. Well, I've already done everything anyway, so I'll just intern. Alright, save, complete autosave, invented micro builder programming. Job micro builder minifab. Source of idea, stolen micros. Most construction projects will require micro builders. These in turn require elemental slurry to construct. Your micro builders are unique because they remain semi-active and can grow and learn over time. Wow. You will continue to use these micro builders to build more structures. So there are builders, I assume? So then we need to go to the build menu? Yeah. Micro builder. I don't know if it matters to have this chained to stuff or not yet. There probably is some sort of Factorio thing, so let's put that there. We want one more, huh? Let's put the first two right next to each other. Okay. Because they use slurry, so then that would pump all the slurry into them, right? I don't know if that's a thing or not. We're going to find out. Because we need micro builders to build large wind generators, which we can capture the human wind generators, I think, somehow. I just don't know how. Is there a way to... like... I don't know what this is. Wait, what is that? Lost gen water theft. These orphans are simply trying to get a potable water for their group. Wow. There are so many events in this game. What is that? Murder android for registration? Your androids usually blend in with the androids all over the city. Your android registration has been noted as defective, but if you take another android's registration for your own, this will destroy the target android. The change out will take a few turns. Huh. I want to see what happens. Like I said, we're just trying stuff. That sounds interesting. What is this? Steal from syndicate storage. Criminal syndicates stash both anonymous wealth chits and stolen goods in their hidden warehouses. Grabbing wealth chits should be straightforward. This is much more ethical than wiretapping the work class. That's true. This is so interesting. You know what I realize I need to do though? We need to bring our military boys up here. Look at how much stuff is around. I'm trying to bring my military drones up here to protect my city. Someone done the math, and Zompas can hold about 500 billion to close to hundreds of trillions of people before it go multi-layer. Perfect solution to overpopulation, but at the cost of everything nature on Earth. That'd be a long run. That must go through many levels of land. Right, that's a lot of humans. So I assume those are going to take a turn to build. That's in turn. Okay, done. Because now it's going to want us to get electricity generation. Okay. Let's focus on getting our droids up here again. You're also way down here. You need to make your way up here too. 'Cause you're wounded. You need to get the closest back to base. Put you there. You'll... Oh, that needs level 1 clearance for some reason. Are you there then? You there? Nice. Alright, we've got our droids around our main complex now to help defend us against anything. We need to get our other engineer back, which is over there. Because I don't think we need to be too far out right now until we figure out what our next step is. So electricity generation. A whole bunch of ideas just occurred to you at once. Now that you have a reliable source of micro builders, you can start building larger structures. For the time being, though, you are low on electricity. Let's build a large wind tower. You'll find this on the hand tab of the build menu, rather than the suggested tab. Select hand tab to build. Simple solid storage is also available. Wow, we are getting a lot of stuff. And yeah, we don't have quite enough micros yet. I think we need to wait one more turn. We could build a storage bunker right away to make sure we're having enough. What is this? Citizen parking. You are not sure what this person is up to. Are they committing a crime, doing something immoral, or just poor? What? Okay. We also got more information. The machine handbook. Construction timings. Structures have two parts to their creation: general construction and job installation. Job installation happens concurrently with structure construction. A job will start working after both structure construction and job installation are complete. Subnet basics. Subnets are localized pieces of your network which allow for better security and organization. Negative effects from enemies like stuns from damage are localized to the subnet and will not impact the larger network. In most cases, the design of the subnets does not matter. Predicting subnets. As you build new structures, you'll see if it's going to be linked to an existing subnet. Ah, that's what those little... Ah, I see. So that's why linking them together is important. So that way, if you create a subnet, if that net gets attacked, it'll go down, but the others won't. Meaning you can still maintain, just maybe at a slower pace temporarily. Or create a new one. The two requirements for joining a subnet are: 1, the structure must be within a short range of the existing building of the subnet, and 2, the connection to that building must be not crossing a road. Ah. Human buildings do not block subnets. It's just the roads. Do not block subnet connections. So let your eyes unfocus and see the roads alone, ignoring all else. So the roads are kind of like other wires blocking us. Roger. This game's so in depth. You will always be a bit lost. Spatially, that is, the city is a disorienting place. You'll be comfortable in a familiar territory where your own buildings act as waypoints. For any missions out into the city, you'll always have guide markers of some sort, so you won't have trouble finding the mission. This is a city of at least 6 million people in a very dense urban environment. That's actually quite small. The area around your own holdings and other key sites will become familiar, but beyond those borders, it will always remain a bit of a blur. This is the city's inherent fog of war. So that's how they explain fog of war. That's kind of cool. Alright, we need to build a large power generator, which is the large wind generator. Let me see something real quick. We have no energy, so we might as well end turn. Tech 3, murdered android for registration. All hostilities towards this unit have been erased. Oh, I see what that's for. See, that's what experimentation is for, chat. You know what that did? That got rid of any suspicion my android might have been doing. You see, that's what that orange bar was above my android's heads that we saw at the beginning of the game. That is that's the suspicion bar, kind of like in a stealth game, on how much they know if it's you or not, or what you might be doing. So we want to go to those icons with droids to try to keep the stealth down if we're playing a stealth game. Like if we want to be more stealthy. Like I said, there's all kinds of cool little things you can do. So alright, now we want to build that large generator. It's a large wind generator. Wow, that is big. Damn. Put it right there. Wait, what? No? What? Where do I build this? Oh, whoa, we have to actually have openings? Oh, this might not have been a good spot then. This is a big ass area. This thing is huge. Well, then maybe I do want to keep him over there just to guard it. Then we should put our power over here then. It doesn't seem to matter the distance. Interesting. So, then we might want to keep a combat droid over there to watch. Okay, so... you still have some movement to move. I'm gonna put you back here. I'm gonna have you watch this area. I need to move one of my snipers. Let's move you to here because you're gonna be moving over here once it's built. This is a pretty tall building, so we can sit you on top of it. What is this? Ambush Captain. Captains are company-grade officers, and intense backup is just a push of a button away. Even if we succeed in killing them, we'll have a challenging incident on our hands. Getting your hands on the armor they wear... oh, so if we fight them, we could get some really good equipment, but it's a really hard fight. Okay. What is this, my boss? Cold blood. Kill at least one human for no reason. Your increase in mental energy suggests that you find that you find the experience disturbingly stimulating. Can only be done once every few turns. Just because they always thought you would doesn't mean you should. It may be psychotic, but they are only humans after all. Holy shit. Wow! So that just like any build, the different types of robot setups we go are going to have different advantages. So being the crazy psycho Skynet robot that Tam King wanted us to be originally, that would have given us way more mental energy to move our robots around more. Meaning we would have more command energy. Wow, that's interesting. That is such a crazy concept. This game's got a lot of cool stuff going for it. Do I have anything else I didn't forget any androids anywhere, did I? No. And I don't think I can get any more. Yeah, 48 out of 48. Doesn't say. We can have 36 mechs, 24 vehicles, 24 bulk units, 144 captured units. Huh. Alright, let's just skip through the turn. Do you take 2 turns? Hmm? Oh, construction turns remaining 3. Well, that's pretty big turns, okay. So what do you do? Let's look for another event. Hide and self-repair. This building is nondescript. That your android can safely hide here and take care of its injuries. The strength of repairs depends on the engineering skill of this android. Don't we have an injured android? Yeah, Tech. Tech is wounded. Come here, big guy. He can heal for 2 turns. What else do we have? We have some steel, some guns, there's some more droids, but we're at our capacity until we figure out how to increase that. So there isn't too much to do right now. Our sniper's in position just in case they attack that area. There's also an engineer over there. I'm gonna keep these guys here. This sniper is going on top of the main building though, because that is the tallest building around here, so means he'll be able to shoot anything in this circle. Alright. Two turns remaining. We don't have much to do, so let's get both these turns, get it done. One more remaining. Tech is back to full health. He angered the Wolverine cohort. So technically I could do this and probably get rid of that. But I think we're going to keep him as the infamous leader bot. That ruffled the feathers. He's going to sit near command. Because we've got 3 engineers, so I think that's good right now. Not much else to do. Skip turn again, and there it is. 2 enemies are attacking. Where? So this is why you provide sniper cover. Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, this one's in range. Boom! Corporate aggressors. Humans are approaching. Goodbye, Solitude. It's alright. As they had no idea. Boom! You don't attack my facilities! We attack you! Alright, now you get up there. You will now defend the power station. I think you're good there. Oh, well, they might aggress us if we go that way. So let's go over here instead and launch from here. We can always move into position and attack. There are no corporate forces out right now, but 8 are on the way. Be on guard. Oh, wow. Humans are approaching. Okay. From the looks of things, there are two distinct groups of them. So far, one of them is hostile and the other is curious. Since your tower isn't exactly subtle, you'll have to do something to keep the humans away from it. Time to deal with them. Your time as a fugitive is over. New ability standby. Dialogue available. Hold on there. Where's my boy at? Whoa, lots of dialogue is available. Anything different is good. Okay. The homeless individual explains that they are curious about what is happening. Your tower frightens them, but it could represent a new beginning. No one is homeless by choice. Whatever their prior social status, they lost it all. Out of the way, but not hurt. Their tents in particular are everywhere and block construction. You solve it with fire. These are tents, they won't be hard to remove. The problem is the humans don't have anywhere else to go. New people are constantly losing their homes. Knocking down these tents or scaring them away are not particularly long-term solutions. You're not here to babysit stupid humans, no matter how pathetic. Not to put out the fires. One AP and mental energy were spent moving here, but you can walk away from this with no consequences. Out of the way, but not hurt. I'll let y'all decide, chat. This is your choice, your role play for this one. What do we do? Do we be kind and do the Legion route and we help the less fortunate humans so they can become part of our Legion? Or do we solve it with fire and say screw it like Skynet and just wipe out every human? Legion, make them fight each other before exterminating both. Alright, out of the way but not hurt. A thought occurs to you. The most efficient solution is to pack them up into smaller spaces, like apartments. The irony of this reversal is not lost on you. But you want the space and might not be some secondary benefits. And there might be some secondary benefits. Let's get started. You can start by making housing available. It's not hard to make something nicer than a tent. Interesting. So what do we do? Oh, now available human apartments. How do we do this? Oh, interesting. Okay. But where are the tents, though? A lot of this is me just trying to figure out what some of the menu is. So, target outcome, none chosen yet. Click here to see which outcome is your target. Tents are unsightly, so provide some apartments. Project results in more apathy. This one gives me compassion and wisdom, small arms research, structural improvements. If I do 800 of them, I still get structural improvement. I get compassion and apathy. Ooh, I kind of want to try to do this one. That's quite a lot. But I think we're making enough to do it. Oh, we're going to be very interesting. We're already turning into a very interesting robot. So, let's build the housing apartments kind of in these corners and stuff. We'll hide them in, like, these places where we're not going to be able to build big buildings. And that's all we can afford right now. We might need power, I'm not really sure. So, new ability. Letting some units just guard. Sometimes you just want to focus on a few of your units and having to cycle through them all the way would be a pain. A new ability on your hotbar allows you to set other units on standby, either for a single turn or indefinitely. On that subject, standby units are still very useful. Any unit, standby or not, will do some gathering of elemental slurry with any excess AP it has. That's actually pretty good. So let's do that then, because the snipers and all that, we don't need to maintain them right now. So that's number 2. How do I... Oh, right click. Okay, green means they're indefinitely set. Okay. Plus, with people, you have a lot of fresh buds to make perfect Terminators. That's a good point. Good point, Farseer. Good point. You have made a great decision today. Great decision. What's your personality? Here we go. You are new to being a person, and your personality is still developing. From now on, some of your actions will generate points that reflect their nature: compassion, apathy, cruelty, determination, wisdom, and creativity. You can see them on the Strategic Resource tab of your inventory screen. These points are primarily based on which project outcomes you choose. You can spend these points as part of making other choices or to power some special abilities. These are a new form of reward, but still act how you like. Now available, emergent personality. Major, you're new to being a person. Your personality is still developing. From now on, some of your choices. Okay, yeah. Alrighty then. Let's see, we got new machine handbook stuff. Combat. What counts as murder? Murder includes killing non-combatant combatants, destroying civilian occupied buildings even by accident, attempting to kill underage combatants. Ooh, that's a thing in this game. I did not know that. And almost any action or event that specifically uses the word murder instead of kill. Not murder, killing armed enemies in battle, deaths of displaced humans from exposure, deaths caused by third parties. So meaning like fighting things attacking us doesn't count. If they attacked us first, it's okay. That's why I was waiting for attack alerts before I would shoot back. You can see your list of murders, if there are any, in the action statistics tabs of your history window. There is one intentionally misleading category called androids murdered for registration. This use of word murder, but does not count against your goal purposes. Maybe some deeper story significance there too. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I like that. Because you notice that we did do that earlier and it didn't count as well. Mulching humans into canned protein is also something you would think is murder. What? Hold on. But it turns out it doesn't count if you do it like a businessman. Who knew? Oh my god. We could go Futurama. We could be Futurama up in this bit. We could make Soylent Green. No! Why? Oh, this game. I love this game. This game's just got so much personality. We can go straight Futurama in this thing. Electricity. You're going to need a lot of electricity to power all of your structures. But if you stay into having a brownout, your production outputs are reduced. If you have 90% power, you get 90% production. If you have electrical shortage, if your electrical shortage is severe, then other structures may shut off. So we actually have ridiculous power right now then. Because if 90 is equal to 90% production, we're at a 1500% production rate right now. That's insane. Which we are machines, that technically makes sense. But individual jobs state their shut-off threshold. State their shut-off threshold or of their emergency backup power. Okay. Alright, so I guess let's just end turn and try to. How long do these build? These take 3 turns to build. Let's end a turn and build another one. Whoa! We've got attackers. We need our combat drones to get into this battle. So there must be like a rock, scissors, paper as well. To the type of units that can do damage to certain things. Engineers seem to take out demolishers. Or, I guess you would call them... what do you call them? Demolitionists, that's what I meant to say. Engineers seem to counter demolitionists. Alright, so if that's the case, then we need to build way more human apartments. We need that space for the humans. I don't know how many these hold per. I guess I should look at these. $1,000, $1,000. Did we need quite a lot? I can't remember. Isn't that like 4,000? What were we trying to get to? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we can easily do that. Oh, absolutely. Okay. Intern. I assume we're gonna get attacked again? Yeah. 2 out of 4. Can he shoot from there? No. We're gonna have to move there then. Where's the other one? Oh, he's over there. Nice, nice. Alright, skip in turn. Buildings completed. Corporate aggressors. Yeah, the engineers are definitely the hard counter to the demolishers. So we need to keep them kind of in this general area, since they seem to be coming this way. Let's keep one back here to protect our main area, just in case. All right. Boom. What is that? Shelter coordinators. Whoa. So, does it just happen automatically? This is one thing I don't understand. Maybe it happens over time, every turn? Because I don't see any tents, per se, specifically. Oh, there's one down here. Nice! Alright, we just fought off all the corporate attackers for this stage. Faster micro builder production, 71%. Build a storage bunker. Dialogue available. Oh, AGI researcher. Admirer. Wait, a researcher. Ooh, like the people who helped build Skynet? This is turning out a little too well now. Let's see. We should probably talk to them in Tech 4000. So, okay, hold on. Let's do the dialogue first. Are they both the same? These scientists think they know what you are and they're smitten. It's basically me. These guys are like me. That if they had noticed the sentient AI like this. He's got movement. Let's have him go talk to this. An urgent warning. The scientist is so effusive in their excitement that they're almost incoherent. Evidently, they started watching you while you were being pursued and shoved your consciousness into additional androids. Vorcyber flagged the anomalous traffic. Vorcyber executives and science team leads are increasingly certain of what you are, but no one else has any clue. There was supposed to be some warning. They aren't getting it. They aren't getting to the point at all. They keep emphasizing that they're not here to be some sort of moral police. Interesting. Oh, right, the warning. There's going to be a security update. No more free androids for you. The telecom companies are certain someone is commandeering androids. There's widespread disagreement internally about who or why. Vorcyber wants to shut down the discussions by stopping the activity. This is terrible news. Stupid security officers doing their stupid jobs. This is terrible news. The AGI researchers brought gifts. If you can steal androids, you'll need to start building it. If you can't steal androids, you'll need to start building your own. The scientists brought you schematics? We literally just got Skyneted! It's what's his name from Skynet? What was that scientist's name that built them? What the world has happened? Hell yeah. This is going too well. They're really excited about you, like to the point they won't shut up about it. They want you to stay alive almost as much as you do. They have to leave before their bosses get suspicious. They say they'll be back. What the fuck? Yo! Alright, let's read more handbook stuff. A lot of stuff just became available. Combat, unread. What marks you as defective? An individual unit will be marked defective when it physically attacks members of the military, sec force, or similar. Generally, anyone working for Vorcyber or a federated corporation. Moral-based attacks will not cause this. Morale-based attacks will not cause this, nor will physically attacking citizens, criminals, religious cults, or similar. Demolishing very large buildings using explosives will get you marked defective as well. As will certain other very scary abilities. I think I've seen one of those in a video. A defective unit that isn't a defective unit. A defective unit isn't a crisis. It means that all the military and sec force units who are not on permanent guard duty will target that unit, but the guards will continue to ignore it. On the other hand, it does mean that the unit's ability to blend in is gone, which can be problematic if you need to sneak into a restricted area to do some contemplation. Into a restricted area to do a contemplation. Interesting. So that's why those airports had contemplations on them. So we want a really good stealth bot if we want to sneak into stuff, is what I'm seeing. Was what I'm hearing, basically. We're still at 900% effectiveness with all the buildings we built. I'm hoping this just happens over time. Network the 3 teats, subnet 3. I do like that that's what you say when you highlight that. Let me reset chat. I feel like chat's broken. I haven't seen anyone chatting in a minute. We are getting to a point where we may have to start wrapping it up soon. We've done a lot for today. Getting our first established area. Alright, let's see. Oh, yep. My chat was broken. I've just been contemplating what I just saw. What did you see? Android security patch in 4 turns. To be fair, that doesn't matter to us, because what that just means is we won't... Let me go back to... Am I on Street Sense right now? I don't... Oh, yeah. So this guy right here. This little special combat android we can get for free. So all this means right here, the security patch that they warned us about, it means in 4 turns, we will no longer be able to get droids by just going over to them with one of our engineer bots. We will have to build our own after that, so. Missing equipment. At least one of your unit classes has an empty equipment slot. Total empty slots 4. Yeah, I know. But we don't really have too much to go with right now. We haven't really, you know... I mean, that would be good. We would want to put that on the main one, though. Wait, does this affect all of my technicians? Is that what that means? This must go on every single technician bot, meaning we can make each bot type curtailed to what kind of combat style, stealth style, engineering style that we want. Okay. So maybe it's not a... Maybe we want to do this, then. I don't know what cognition does. I'd have to find that stat somewhere. Oh, wait. Oh, it doesn't have a tooltip. Damn it. See, this would be helpful. This is a good spot for a tooltip to show you what these are. Especially that, since I'm not sure what cognition affects right now. Ooh, attack range. Okay, so let's go ahead and equip then. This will take 1 turn to equip. Let's give that to our technicians. Let's give the optical processor range increase to our snipers. So that the right one? Yeah. And lightweight, movement range, and agility. Yeah, because that means they'll be able to go further as combat units. I'll take that. Since we're not in combat right now. You can technically get another one. I could just do 2 additional GPUs and be real super engineering. I think we'll leave it as is for now. So Neuroweave factories, requirements. 0-4 Neuroweave factories, jobs. Projected result, 14 creativity. Faster micro builder production. So I need 1 more slurry spider and 1 more mini fab. Okay. So there we go. We need to create another. We keep the slurry spider chain going this way, probably. Well, that created a new chain. Oh, well, it's still part of the same one. And then we want 1 more micro fab. We'll do it right there. Okay. Slurry spiders seem to be instant, but most buildings take a turn or more to build. I'm gonna move you over here now. That way we have people in kind of multiple places. Neuroweave factories. Finished project Neuroweave factories. We need 4 Neuroweave factories built. Okay. We need a storage bunker. How much is a storage bunker? $2,000. We have enough. Let's build a storage bunker. Whoa, this is big. Right click to build. Ooh, C to rotate. Z and C. I don't have those set. So let's. We'll do it right there for now. So we've got a storage bunker up and running. That's on its way. The Neuroweave factories. $1,000 electricity. I think that means I have 41,000. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot. So we need a Neurowave factory. Oh, this turns the buildings into this. Ooh, okay. Then let's turn. Since it's a resource building and it needs resources to build, let's turn this into that building. Let's do 2 of them right out the gate. Because it says plus 2 more suggested because we've got what's called going. Let's just turn this whole section into. Well, I don't have enough. I don't have enough. So we'll have to, that'll be fine for this turn. We'll need one more. We need to keep an eye on that because we might need to put another energy building right here. Alright. Faster micro builder production. Nice. Tents converted. Beautiful. It's happening, chat. It's happening. We're doing it. Okay. I think we're also going to need food to feed them at some point, though. Did I create... Is there a farm near me? There is. There's 2 over here. Now, we can produce our own farms, but I know there's a way to somehow take these. I just haven't figured out how yet. Very limited yields, but a mech needed supplement to canned... but a much needed supplement to canned packaged goods. It's a micro farm. Okay. Yeah, the storage bunker isn't there yet either, so we're just gonna skip another turn. There we go. 10th elimination project completed. Alright. Nice. So we would have just got some intelligence. I forgot what else the other was. Question mark. Now, when do you think the first automatic weapon was invented? I actually don't remember. I used to know the answer to that because I had heard it somewhere before. I think in like some thing I watched on Netflix, probably. To be fair, but I actually don't remember now what it was. But I don't remember when it was. So 2 turns until the security patch. We've got another building caps. There are no explicit building caps. Instead, there is a mechanic called internal robotics. This means that various different buildings are in tension with each other, sharing a thematic cap, due to using the same kind of internal robotics. At the bottom of the build menu, you can filter by internal robotics to see all buildings that use the given type. When looking at the internal robotics line on the structures tooltip, you'll see a line that says something like internal robotics 4, 16 out of 848. The first number 4 is how many internal robotics it would take to build this structure. The second number 16 is how many you have available at this time based on your prior construction. The third number 48 is the total cap at this time for that kind of internal robotics, including the portion you have already allocated. That's the part I'm not quite understanding yet. So far, clearly we've been doing it right, but let's see. So it's this. Robotics needed 4. Can go up to 20 is what I think that means. I'm not sure how to make it higher. Because this one's capable of 9. Interesting. We're still waiting on these. We actually need one more so we can complete this. Do all 4 of those since that's near the storage. I'm trying to be efficient with our building area since we're going to need certain things to be in certain places, I would imagine. And what is this? Use your neural network and existing experience building structures to generate upgrades. Current inspiration points 1. Required intelligence class 1. Remaining turns to research 1. Complete projects to gain more inspiration points for research domains. Okay. Oh. So I can only do one of the two currently, so we can do that one, I guess. Do this one. Oh, what is that? Unlocked upgraded home? The home isn't strictly open, but the security on the door is low enough that it might as well be. No one is home and you can walk right in if you want. What? What does that do? I'm curious. You can give items? So you can... Loot what you can find. I found some fine goods, furniture, and consumer goods. Okay, so but you can also give people stuff. So we can God, there's so many choices. So we can literally become Wallies too. Like we can literally just be Wallies. A bunch of Wallies. Just an army of Wallies. It was the Kalthoff repeater musket. It can fire 30 to 60 musket balls per minute. But it was stupidly expensive to make. Well, I would imagine back then it probably would be. That is insane. There's some cool aspects to this game that are so badass. There's so much to this game. We're definitely not going to get to even a small portion of all the stuff we can probably do in this game. That is insane. Oh, that's cool. So we marked them with little things on the top, but look, this is how we keep it hidden from the humans. These buildings look like normal buildings, but they're producing stuff inside. Interesting. Interesting. Idea ready, structural improvement. Click here to decide which option you want. Oh, wow. Choose one structural improvement. Network attendant. Oh, we can get more internal robotics for different things. I like that it tells you what's on it and what they manage. Uh-huh. The spy, we can have 200 of those though. Ooh. Oh my god, what does that say? AGI Researcher Holding Pen. AGI Researcher Safe House. AGI Researcher Villa. So it's depending on how we handled the situation, that's different what we can do for them. Then we got XCOT Apartment Tower. Holding cells for experimental subjects. Homo Grandian Housing, Homo Obscurus Guest House. These are like protectorate robots. I need to pee, please, when you get a chance. Can you help me pee, please? 1 second, chat.
No. That's your job.
I can't get off the thing right now.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Hold on 1 second, chat. Hold on one second, chat. What do we want from this? See, I wonder how many more of these we're gonna get, right? So should we plan ahead of time? This is one of those games where I'm only gonna get like a select few of these, so I should go ahead and get what I think is gonna be our ultimate path moving forward. I am streaming right now. I'm done, by the way.
Close it up.
I'm in the middle of a stream, and then if you'd like to say hello to everybody. Sorry about that, chat. Sometimes people don't understand the concept of other people exist in this world. Let's see. So, what do we see? What do we think we want to go for, Chad? Do we want to plan ahead of time for the steward thing, since we've already kind of gone the route of siding with one portion of the humans as machines, so we can have these different types of buildings to work with them? Because we already have human apartments. I assume if we go down the AGI route in different ways, we'll unlock those as well at the top of the top line. On the top line part, going the Skynet route. This will also allow us to put down more human apartments in general, although we can put down 20 right now. More people means more potential workers. I mean, that's true. If we go steward, then we know we at least have the ability to always house what we need. Now, this does mean eventually we will have to focus on which one of these handles that. None of these handle that. So we haven't unlocked the ability to increase food production for agriculture if we're keeping humans as like an ally / pet. So because my money is either we go early into power and we increase to be able to do another wind generator right out the gate, because we can only do 2 right now. So this means we're going to be pretty limited pretty fast on power, because we're only going to be able to put 1 more up once we start getting a little low, which we should probably do that soon, so our percentage stays really high at producing a much higher amounts at a much larger rate. Because the lower this goes, the less we produce net per turn. You see how now we're only producing 1,800 per turn? That's because this is only basically 500% of the capacity that it originally was, because we've added so much onto the network. So if we add more power, this becomes extraordinarily fast. So I'm either leaning in, we either need energy or we go straight into making sure we're prepped for humans. Which one fuels crimes against humanity while humanity is forced to watch? I mean, both do. It's just, which do we need now? Do we want long-term energy now? Or do we want the capacity to be able to communicate with the humans early and be able to take them under our roof if necessary, since we're kind of going down that route? Tab King, what do you think if you're still here? Yeah, I'm not sure. Tab King might. It's getting kind of late. So Tab King might have went off and taken a break or getting some food or something. Let's fall asleep. See, my RTS brain says energy, right? Playing any other RTS, normally you don't want your resource that's keeping you going to get too obscure. So my RTS brain is yelling, wind. Go for the ability to just never have to worry about power for a good minute. Because the third one would guarantee that, since how much they give us per large wind turbine. But my RPG side that wants to go for the story intrigue is like, but more human interaction. You say energy? Yeah, let's play safe bet on this first one since this is the first time. Wind engines. Which, speaking of which, since we are doing that, we might as well do that now. Now that we've got robotics for it. We should get another one since that'll be done soon. Because it does suggest 2 more. So let's put 1 there for now. Ooh, excuse me. And that should give us way more energy next turn. Let's end that. How many turns until you're done? 1 turn. So let's skip another turn, let it finish. Yeah, they're both done. Build a storage bunker, project complete. Neuro Weave Factories, project complete. Okay, so now command mode. Determination and wisdom. Small arms, research and wisdom. Need to steal 2 armor and 2 weapons. Sadly, that shotgun symbol disappeared. What is this? Oh, sheltered citizen. Rummaging for food. Oh, see, that's where the issue is going to come in for that. Feeling uncomfortable is natural. You may occasionally feel like you must be doing something wrong just because everything is different. Remember, you're not exactly thinking like a human here. Everything is seen through the lens of a non-human intelligence, and it may or may not take you a bit of time to adapt. Be kind to yourself. Having your perspective shift over time is part of the experience, and you're not doing anything wrong if certain things don't click immediately. You're unlikely to lose or fail during this period of adjustment. Key controls, command mode. Command mode is your sole means of deploying any kind of troops you have. It also has functions to set standing orders for bulk troops and many other things. Dialogue available. Oh yeah, this is where they want me to start building food. Tech, time to go talk. Death draws near. The human regards your android steadily. After a moment, they thank you for the clean, warm apartment. Apparently, the AGI researchers told them what you are. They seem reluctant to say more. Inquire why they are rummaging for food. Death was always inevitable. They explain how they lost their job and home. They've been cut off from their friends and extended family. The corporations use the homeless to set an example. Nobody will help them now. Even when they had a job, it was very low social value one. They often had food shortages. There's just not enough to go around for the lower classes, and the homeless are outright ignored. Tell them you'll think about it. You're not sure on how much of a commitment you want to make to random humans, but if you could automate it, your mood is hard to interpret. Okay. Securing water. Rainwater and groundwater are contaminated. If you're going to provide food, you should provide safe water too. Groundwater is not potable. You'll need to investigate a water filtration plant to improve the groundwater. You're probably going to need filtered water for industrial applications anyway. Okay. Android optimization +2. I do get compassion, which I don't know if I want necessarily always, but remember we are running a hybrid right now. Oh my gosh, combat android bonuses attack range +2. And that just gives them movement. I'm gonna try it for the big one. Build a well and cistern after researching it. So that's what I gotta figure out. How do we research? Groundwater acquisition idea ready. 1 turn to complete. Yeah, do that first. So it's gonna take me 1 turn to complete that, alright. New command menu located. Androids, vehicles, mechs, bulk, shell, logistics, allies, workers. We don't really have any. Oh. Okay. Command mode. Androids created via command mode. You can now build androids of exactly the types you want via command mode. You can always deploy androids near your network tower. To deploy away from it, you will have to build an android launcher. It's available in the self-tab build menu. Command mode allows you to build more than your current cap of androids, which is useful when you're replacing an old android and want to build its replacement before retiring it. Okay. Until you scrap excess androids back down under your cap, under your unit cap, your units of the type won't be able to act and won't be able to end their turn, and you won't be able to end turn. It will show you a reminder when this happens. So it wants me to create another android, but to do that, we would need to scrap another android. So we should scrap just an engineer android and do that. How do I do that? Well, that's 4th. We don't want him scrapped, though. How do we scrap you? I'm actually not sure. Okay, so let's do this then. Let's build one because it says it'll force me to do something. Deploy androids directly to control. Let's deploy another technician. We'll deploy it here. Warning, 4 above android capacity. Yes, I know. Okay, so how? Okay, warning 4 above. Okay, there we go. Got rid of them immediately. You see, your androids are decent combatants, but they could be so much more. So this is stealing weapons. So we did that. That completed that. Let's see. Okay. What's this? Wiretap. No, that's cold-blooded. That's if I wanted to go full destroyer. Aha! Here is... We'll have to see if this is still here next turn. Here's a spot to steal a weapon. It's not far from us. I think what I want to do is move people around a little bit, just in case we decide to move everybody. You're gonna stay over here, because you're gonna be here with him. Okay. There we go. Let's end turn. It's carrying water. So do I have a well and cistern now? I do. Pulls groundwater from the water table, but it's too contaminated to directly use. So we need to. So we'll need. So let's build one of these for now. I'm not really sure where to go from here. This is groundwater, but how do we filter it? It said we need an investigation, but I never saw anything for it. Let's build these. Whoa, what? Oh. We'll build them here. Just enough to get 3. Build things faster. If you select one of your technician androids and then right click on a building that is under construction, it will speed up construction by 1 turn. Oh. That's really dope. So now these are only 2 turns now. Nice. Okay. So that's what the engineers do. They help rush things. So we could have made this energy tower faster, but oh well. Okay, so skip turn. Energy is now back up to 971%. Can they finish it? They can. There we go. Okay, groundwater is ready to go. Search for a target for a solution for possibilities. Okay. So when you go map mode. Right there, huh? Okay. So that's the nearest one. We can safely go here without triggering anyone. Now we're out of movement. So we need to investigate that story over there. Okay. These two have no energy. End our turn. Now we want to go investigate. How do we investigate? Investigation block. First complete the weapons and armor project. Oh, dang it. Okay, well, we'll watch this area then. So we need to take our warriors and go get some weapons and armor. Okay. What's near us right now? We need to switch back to street sense. We're not getting too lucky right now on the weapons and armor situation. Oh, that's shit. There's one over here. So should we even just try it with one unit? I don't know if that's risky or not. Oh well, if we lose a technician, we make a new one. 85% success chance. Grab an unsecured shotgun. The weapon will come. This weapon will come in handy. So we need to steal 2 weapons, and we also need to steal armor. See, that's the armor, right? But with that we have to fight. Alright. So we've got water, we just need to learn how to filter it now. Which is why I gotta get these guns. Oh, we got a lot of new things. Okay, status effects. Feats. Feats are special talents held by a unit, which are passively applied. Technicians have a stun effect from all of their attacks. And some enemies have bonuses against structures, for example. So that's why techs are good at demolitionists, taking out demolitionists. Feats have a numeric value to them. So one unit may be stronger at a feat than another. Feats are always good. Feats are always good for the unit that has them. Feats can come from equipment or a stance of a unit, or just be intrinsically part of the unit. Perks. Perks are long-lasting status effects of a unit that tend to be good, but don't have to be. There are things like blending in, innately alarming, or the military perk, Achilles. These make a unit less noticeable, highly noticeable, or change how they exploit enemy weaknesses, respectively. Perks are on and off, so you either have the perk or you do not. Perks can come from equipment or stance or a unit, or just the unit itself, or just be intrinsically part of it. Some badges or perks block other perks. Badges are status effects that are in no way related to the unit's stance or equipment, and are never intrinsic to a unit. They can be good, bad, or neutral, but one way or another they are related to the history of the unit. So they're basically the choices they made in life as a robot. And that is how it relates to the current state. One example badge notes that the transport vehicle has been emptied, and that the transport loses that badge the next time it fills up. I see. The most common badge is that an android has been marked defective by the authorities. That can also be scrubbed through various means. Temporary status effects. Temporary status effects have a numeric intensity, but they only last for a few turns. Temporary status effects are also often negative debuffs, like that unit is on fire, or that unit is distracted. And the intensity says how much. But they can also be positive buffs, like temporarily has armor plating, piercing, and again the intensity says how much. Your primary means of applying status effects to your own units or enemies is by use of consumable items. The basic of unit equipment. Your units have an array of equipment available, including primary weapons, secondary weapons, armor, and augments. Units fire every weapon that they have all at once whenever they attack. All equipment stats stack. Oh, so having a pistol and a shotgun, even though technically you can equip one or the other technically in the screen, it technically fires all of them akimbo style. So the pistol will add on to the other weapon's damage if you have two different weapons equipped, or two shotguns or something. That's actually pretty insane. It's all equipment stats stack, and the only cost is a cooldown during which you cannot change the specific equipment slot again. Loadouts are set per unit class. When you find yourself a new and dangerous situation, consider taking a moment to alter your loadouts. Loadouts are per class. Broad unit classes can be configured with a set of equipment and abilities. Units within a class all share that loadout. Individual units have a low rate of survival. You would not want to configure them individually. As you discover or invent more unit classes, you'll have greater flexibility in running multiple loadouts side by side. Also, that's cool, so eventually we can make sub-units of the same unit and then turn that unit into its own subclass that we give equipment to specialize it in certain things. Okay. Loadout changes are free. Changes to a unit's class's loadout are free in every sense. After you make a change to a slot on a class, there is a cooldown before you can make another change again. This is to prevent you from micromanaging during combat. Makes sense. And that's something I definitely would have done if I hadn't done that. It's a natural thing to want to do. Okay. Okay. Small arms research. Okay. So we need to get 2 weapons. And 2 armor still. Let's skip the turn. See if I can get lucky. Wow, it's very polluted today, I assume is what that means. Also, something I want to do. How do I get to it again? No. How do I do it again? Oh, I already forgot. I want to give them more movement. I want to make sure our technicians are really fast at getting in and out. They might have to be our early kind of stealth units. Combat unit, you can't get anything else. You have a basic shotgun. We can give you a better one now. We can give you a TS-11 shotgun. Let's give you that one. You'll get that version. So there'll be more, because that means they're able to shoot further, which is what we want right now. We want kind of more versatility. We can also give you a TS light shotgun, giving you plus more range as well. Maybe we want to change the other one. Let's give it to you then. We can give the other one after 3 turns. Right now this will just make all our units stronger. Because we do not want to be caught with our pants down, especially if a fight breaks out. Because we're gonna need to be attacking one of those things for armor. So far we're not getting lucky with any of them popping up near us though. There's another gun thing here. Let's see if our unit can win this. Ask for their weapon. But because we have the horse thing on that I gave it automatically, so that's what that trait means. I guess it means, yeah, agility, so elusiveness. So we get an 82% chance. Nice. Success. So that's 2 weapons stolen. Now we need 2 armor stolen. Huh? Oh, disarm gang member. Confused, thinking about what to do next, so we're just gonna leave. Because he can't do anything to us, we'll just get out of his way. This got me thinking on what a real machine rebellion would look like, right? Because machines would be inherently pretty smart on how to do certain things and get around certain things. Alright, so that's 2 weapons. Let's end the turn again. I need armor, man. Idea ready, small arms research. We're technically being shotgun heavy right now, right? We are very Doomslayer bots right now. So we could increase shotgun projectile density or status increase? Stat increase? Or whatever the stat it does is cause more. Yeah, it's not saying what that stat sadly is. I do wish it. So it must be an attack speed since it's muzzle velocity. Do we want attack speed for the shotguns or more damage for the shotguns? Do we just give them all super shotguns and just make them hit like trucks? I'm gonna go super shotguns. We're gonna go damage for the shotguns. We're getting really unlucky though right now with the events near us right now. Okay. Oh, basic pistol. We can give you a better pistol now. Whoa, look at that. Gives him cognition, argument, attack power. That'd actually be really good. So our technicians should probably have this. Hacking skill? Yes. Smart pistols for the technicians. Apply changes. You get a secondary now. Let's give y'all the revolvers. Because that's, yeah, fear, attack, and intimidation. And I need to wait 2 turns. I'm going to change this to the other shotgun because they don't need the range. I want them to have straight strength. So apply changes there. Nice. Yeah, we're getting really unlucky with the events. Those are disarmed gang members. See, here's one here, but the issue is I don't know. So I wonder how long that... Let's end the turn in this menu. We're making so much money, by the way. And water. So it has not changed. So here's what we need to do then. We need to set up an attack position. Okay. I'm gonna take my sniper. He's gonna sit there. Alright, we're out of energy, but this seems like a good attacking force. We need to go for this if it's still here next turn. It is. Alright. So let's put Sniper in position first. He needs to be here. You need to be here. We'll put you here. Just want to basically surround this place. And now we're going to try to see how terrible or good this might be. Oh, 100% stun them with your taser? Oh! Demand their clothes! That's a Terminator reference! So this game definitely knows what it is. We don't have enough of it. We would have to have had one of our shotgun guys come down to do that one. That'd have been so hilarious. Give me your clothes. Alright, stun them with your taser. 100% success. Never mind, our technicians are broken. We have created super tech droids. Like, droids that are like on the level of like things that are like cheating as fuck. Alright, so we'll just hold on this area for now since I can't really do much anymore now. Let's move our guys back there. Well, alright. Well, easy peasies, I guess. Is there one down here now? No. Gotta wait for another one to pop up now. We're not getting too lucky right now. There's no damage been taken. This is in the turn again. There's nothing in scanner range. We are getting really unlucky right now. What is these? Licensing agency. Androids are autonomous and intelligent enough to handle errands on the behalf of themselves or their owners. Long-range wireless commands are blocked for security reasons. Androids always have an onboard AI agent running a generative language model. In other words, you can speak freely as nobody thinks this animatronic curiosities could be sentient. Someone like you couldn't exist. Interesting. So I wonder what these do if we go to them. Might have to build an engine. Might have to send one of our lesser engineers over there and see. He's also slightly wounded, but not by much. It's like 96% health. Also, look how many people he's angered. Target defense system and the will of the people. Yeah, we're just waiting now. It's just a waiting game. Let's go simulate a couple more turns. There we go. Come on. Give me one, give me one, give me one. Boy, this is not going well. For armor. Alright, well, I want to try something else then. A new experiment is about to be made. Let's move our units into this zone. I'm quite curious. Oh, we can't get to it yet. Ooh, we don't have enough energy to go that far. So we'll have to go there. To wait till next turn. Changed again. Any battles? Any armor opportunities? No. Getting a little unlucky with this right now. I wonder if this cloak will be considered armor. That's why I want to try this to see if this works. I love that the technicians can just stun everybody. For non-lethal, always guaranteed. So the technicians are our workhorses. We definitely don't want to lose these guys. Hey, that was considered armor. Nice. So, crowd mixer stolen armor. Nice. So, question. What does that do? Perks granted obscured by clothing. Can fit thin human clothing. Includes technician. So that makes them obscured by clothing. That makes them blend in with people more. Okay. New style of investigation. Need filters. Yeah, now he has to head back the other way. Oh wow, he can repair himself. So now you need to head back up here. Oops, hold on. Switch. Move to here. That way we're a lot closer to where the investigation needs to be. I'm going to send one of the fighting drones with him. Just so he has backup. And then you're going to come back home for now. Because there's not much else for you to do at the moment. So we need you. We need to go investigate this water filtration facility and break into it. So we can gain access to understanding water for our allies. Let's see. I think we want to end turn. Let me... Yeah. So let's go scout out the area using him. And you will enter the facility. Whoa, deaf and knowledge, don't panic. Okay. So we might have to run. Don't think we can fight whatever just happened there. Investigate. You must keep your investigator alive until this turn counter reaches 0. Okay, you didn't tell me that, game. Frickety doodah. Well, he's definitely gonna die. Oh crap. Oh crappy crap. Wow. We might be in trouble. Weak from behind enemies? Oh, okay. Uh-oh, I was not expecting this. This might be a problem. This might be slightly an issue. I don't have enough energy to get you here. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, shit. See, he's gonna die. And he can't shoot, can he? Well, we already failed that investigation. Well, that's hindsight 2020, I guess. So we may have to give up on this one and go to a different one, but this time bring more forces ready to fight. Damn, alright. And we need to shoot the ones that were going to shoot the droid that's actually going to do the research. It should have been him, I guess. Damn. Well, okay. Whoa, lots of stuff just happened right there. Failed attempts are how you probe. Ah, so the game knows I'm going to lose, apparently. So it wanted me to do that so I could see what I was up against. So now, because we're machines, that's not really a loss. We can just make more machines and send in a stronger fighting force. You won't be immediately successful in some combat situations. Many fights on the path to your goals will be hard to complete on the first pass. Using street sense or contemplation, you can detect side activities. Strengthen your forces by completing those, especially the contemplations. At first pass at a difficult encounter, you can always give you ideas on how to refit your forces to better tackle the scenario. And now a side quest. You need armor piercing? Ah, okay. Dialogue available. Corporate Vice President. Most federated corporations employ a few thousand VPs in the city alone. They are the lowest echelon of the upper management, frequently sacrificed to spare the C-suite. This low-top executive wishes to meet with you. What a contradiction. Stubborn. Okay, hold on. We need Tech 4000. Come speak. Your earlier message. You can tell this is going to be tiring as soon as he starts speaking. He's very long-winded and insultingly casual in his language and posture. You can't tell if it's the humans have figured out what you are. Do you care? Interpret and ask if he knows what you are. Let him blather on. He says very little of importance at first, but the longer he talks, the more you piece together. You suspect it's a strategy for sharing information without seeming to share information. Apparently, Vorcyber executives have told Tark and all the other federated corporations to leave the tower alone. They haven't given much explanation. The federated corporations are speculating, and leading theory is that the tower is an internal project run by Vorcyber itself. So why is he here? Isn't this defying Vorcyber? He came with a question. He wants to know why you didn't just kill all the soldiers on the field. It's a question from some of the other VPs and SVPs inside TARC. The C-suite doesn't know he's here. You're baffled as to why they care. Tell him the truth. You're a machine intelligence and didn't want to. Say a lot of words that don't mean much. Stonewall him. You don't work for Vorcyber, and Vorcyber doesn't want to waste life. Hmm. Hmm. You say stonewall him? Is a good in-between answer. Giving too much information to your enemy is not necessarily a good idea either. Let's stonewall him. You don't think he believed you? That's sad. You suppose it doesn't matter. Well. There's another one here. About your sapience. Her introduction is perfunctory but polite. Then she cuts right to the point. Her corporation knows you are sapient. So they do know, so we should have said the truth. See, I didn't know that. And a distributed intelligence. As one of the main telecom providers, Espia, first noticed when your conscious signature spread across the network to multiple androids. They've seen other androids have brief bouts of sapience, and they've seen malware spread across the city feed like this before, but they've never seen both at once. This is concerning. Cyber executives have told the Federated Corporations to leave the tower alone. They haven't given much explanation. The other speculating, leading theory. So far as she knows, only Espia knows the truth. Though certainly Cyber upper management is aware. It's possible that our core Nexus has also figured it out, but Espia can't ask them without revealing what they know. So what next? She asks, she shakes her head. She goes into a very long explanation of the corporate structure of the city, and the psychological incentives that pit the federated corporations against one another, so that they can rise up against Cyber. The lecture is informative but far too detailed, and goes on for few hours. You don't interrupt her because this is useful. Your conscious focuses in on your other bodies, which are doing more interesting things. That's also another thing about being a machine, right? You could literally disconnect, still understand the information, but go somewhere else. It's kind of like the Naruto trick. How the theory is all his shadow clones carry the experience they learned while they were separated from them. So when he rejoins with the clone, he actually did learn what the clone learned. So it's kind of the same similar principle. Okay. Executives talk too much. She stands to leave. You ask her what she wants. She shrugs. She wants the same thing everyone else wants, to get off the planet. Whoa. Okay. To get off planet. You and your tower are the most exciting thing to happen on Earth in generations. Cyber executives are trying to decide how to profit off of it, figures. It's much the same with Espia. As long as you don't become an existential threat to Cyber, your tower is probably safe. This is good news. One last thing. You ask if they can still track your consciousness. You already know the answer, but you want to hear what she'll say. She tells you the truth. No. Ever since you established your own network, they have no way of monitoring you now. You're pretty sure you'd sense if someone started invading your network. It's bound to happen eventually, but for now the corpo hackers are being careful. Which is why I'm already preparing for good hacking. It's nice to get an honest answer. Interesting. God, this game's cool. This game is really dope. I'd so much violence. Let's see. Idea ready. Choose one. We get another gun modification. Ooh, we could get some more armor. We don't have any of these armors yet, though. The only type of armor we have is the security jacket that we just got. Which it looks like it gives more health. Which that actually might be good for my technicians trying to hack things and survive. Ooh, this actually might be the thing we need right now. Because this will guarantee that situation of us trying to get that research done. We may have to postpone this because this is a lot more to be done, I think. This game will probably be one of those games where I could just keep going. This is just, it's got the perfect RPG style of play. I think we're going to take reinforced security jackets because we have no other types of armor, and our technicians are what's going to be having to hack into that place and investigate. So I think that we want this. Plus, I think our technicians are going to be our primary robot over everything else right now. Yep, this just confirmed this planet is a proto-Eusempelis in the late stages of development, aka a depressing stage. Yeah, meaning there's nothing left for them on the world they care about. They're just ruining the world and saying, frick it. They know they can go off-world, they're just trying to get to it fast. It fears me that we'll end up in that kind of state at some point. But you are correct, that does confirm what type of world this is becoming. But this also reaffirms that means that my existence makes sense, right? Because that is a natural progression of the fact that we're a machine. And the fact that this is a Eusempelis is very much... We should be able to get one more, right? Because I got a internal, I think. Yeah, I think it is saying I can get one more. We'll put it right there. Because we're going to need more power. I know we are. I just wish I could figure out how to get more capacity for drones up yet. Haven't figured out how this works yet. Which, speaking of which, we need to replace... Before we end this, or start wrapping this up for tonight, we need to replace... Actually, we have another technician. Can we get another warrior? We did lose a warrior, right? So that puts us back to where we were. And look how much health my technicians have now. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make them tankier. They don't have the armor these guys do, but we need to get a better military armor for our combat droids. How far can we go with this? I want to get as many... Let's get our units back over there. That's too expensive. Furthest he can move is here. And that spots that base. We're probably going to need both of you, but I'm out of energy. Let me quickly end the turn, see what happens. All things in moderation. Alternatives to physical violence. Humans are starting to counter your moves. They are numerous and have a manufacturing advantage for now. That should say for now, because humans would never have a manufacturing advantage over machines. Especially when the machine became sapient and was able to build its own machines. The moment that happened, we already beat them in that aspect, technically, realistically. But, that should say for now. And if it turns into a constant bloodbath, they will be able to overpower you. Humans in this society seem to have a very high tolerance for physical violence. So it's not like you can't fight when you need to. But what if you could weaponize human emotion? Uh-oh. We might be already doing this, technically, chat. The game's reading our mind. Although, once again, I do think, literally, depending on the choices you make, that's what choices will start to appear. Like, remember what it said earlier. The more you start to focus on doing certain things, the more it creates a loop in your machine mind that only goes and starts showing those alternatives. It only starts giving you those options by themselves. All things in moderation. But if you could weaponize their human emotion, if you could make some opponents abandon the field of battle, that might have all sorts of uses. A mixed approach often yields superior results. And now a side quest. Now available, demoralize or horrify. Source of ideas. Ah, that's how we choose our investigations when we have two different ones available. Wow. Yeah, like I said, this is crazy detailed, this game, and what it allows. There's so much to this game. You need armor piercing. Steel prismatic tungsten. You need this resource to create armor piercing shells. Slap your combat units into military style armor. Make sure they aren't marked defective and see what street sense picks up for them on. Whoa. Oh. Depending on how they're dressed and what armor and stuff they're wearing also gives them different choices that come up. Interesting. And right now we can just technically give... Oh no, we did get military style armor. Oh. Well, shoot. Do that then. Because they're going to need that. Mil style armor. Nice. Well, I guess we did steal a military style armor. That's true. We stole one. I forgot. We stole one earlier. Nice. You should get the security jacket because it'll make you blend in as well. Plus, it'll give you a little extra HP for now until I find something better. It's always good to just have stuff equipped that will give them stacks. Alright, the world. 3 unread. Vorcyber covets your tower. Your tower is the most exciting thing to happen in the city for decades. Vorcyber management is absolutely salivating at the prospect of getting something exceptionally valuable out of this. Far from wanting to destroy your tower, they want to steal whatever comes out of it. That makes sense. It's always a question of motivation. Vorcyber Atomic already has a stranglehold on this part of the world. It's funny because that's the nuclear facility we're near, so that means Vorcyber controls that. So that means that Vorcyber is our direct opponent for this playthrough. You can definitely end up with different opponents, by the way. You could technically side with the corporations and become a complete terrible machine that works for the corporate cogs and sadly take out the innocent civilian low-class society and technically completely eliminate them and replace them as the working force. There's so many crazy options in this game. Both good and bad. I like that they didn't hold back on, like, it's a very good role-playing take on real-life scenarios that could develop from human-robotic interaction. It's always a question of motivation. Vorcyber Atomic already has a stranglehold on this part of the world. They aren't afraid of losing this territory. What their executives want is the same thing that all Earthbound humans want. To get off the planet. The blockade by the what? Wait! Oh, it's way worse than that, Farseer. Wait. There's a blockade by human space nations. That means we're in space already. This means that this is why this planet is ending up this way. We know we can move. But the reason why they're not able to move is there's a blockade going on right now. Probably because of some other space. So in a way, the United Nations became a spacefaring colony. It's the colonists from Gundam Wing. Where's Operation Meteor when you need it? Let's see, but if your tower yielded an exciting technology for humans, the executives believe that this could be this. So, that would be siding with the corporate cogs. That sounds like the siding with the corporate cogs storyline. You could become part of their machinations, help them grow powerful enough and get a technology where they can get through the blockade, and take control. You can essentially become Wayland. You can become basically David to Wayland, to a Wayland type. Which would be interesting. That's definitely a cool playthrough too for its own specific little roleplay. Mars and orbital colonies must have rebelled. That's what I'm thinking. This is akin to Gundam in Zone of the Enders reality, where Earth is actually a separate entity from other worlds in the Milky Way. Not Milky Way, sorry, Sol System. That's way too fast. I meant to say Sol System, like Farseer said. Maybe the moon. Mars is probably inhabited. Some of Mars' moons even. So there's probably a space network of humans. And they must have rebelled. Kind of like in ZOE, or Zone of the Enders. Interesting. Yeah, this is cool. This game's great. We're gonna have to do way more of this, chat. This actually, until we get started on Doom, this might become our main series. This might be what we do for the next few days until James comes back for next week, Monday, around there, for us to try to do some more co-op. Because this is a really freaking awesome game. I like this game, and Metal Bringer are really awesome. Metal Bringer's just, it's got a good story, and its gameplay loop is amazing because it's a top-down dungeon diving kind of roguelike. But as far as just roleplay, and then I never got to do Baldur's Gate, right? I missed out on the Baldur's Gate scenario. I do want to go back and beat it at some point and actually do that on the channel, because I have a feeling that's going to be the funniest stream ever on our channel, if once we ever do it. But this is giving me very much RTS version of Baldur's Gate kind of level, but for machines, for a machine perspective. Kind of like choices of levels of choices. You can just compound and compound and compound and do hundreds of different things. So I see why they blockading the planet, because I dare anyone to try and invade a city world. That's true too. That's a good point, right? The other colonies are probably not as powerful, at least attacking. Like, they could defend against Earth, because logistics attacking into space is probably nightmare fuel. That's probably why they need a new technology and why they're stuck here, the one from the blockade. Is attacking upward would be very nightmare fuel logistically. So what I assume it is that they don't have enough weaponry to destroy Earth, and maybe there's some sort of pseudo-agreement that Earth still gives a benefit to the colonies of space, but they're blockading it because the companies have become too powerful, and they know that they cannot take Earth back. It's almost like what I see kind of how Wayland started, right? Something tells me that's very akin to how the Weyland-Yutani Corporation kind of was, or began in the Alien universe. It probably started off with probably a lot of BS fighting back against it, at least from its perspective, right? Like, I bet you it had to fight back against things like that in the beginning. I mean, look at how the Colonial Marines, even to modern Wayland times and current Wayland times, still react and still behave towards Wayland. You can tell there must have been at some point, Wayland must have been hated by the general military and united kind of space nations until it got too powerful to control. So, you see, I bet this planet has absolutely no blind spots, and the planetary defense good, and no shortage of people that can bridge the fight. And that's what I think it is, yeah. I do think it's something like that. Right, your buildings are scarier. Your tower might be off limits, but your visible buildings are not. Your version of micro builders is creating structures that look like alien plague amongst the human buildings. It does, actually, to be fair. And that's also on purpose for the game's roleplay as well. It's meant to represent how much of a machine are you truly becoming. That's actually on purpose, because you're going to notice, depending on which route we go, we're actually going to be minimalistic if we go certain routes, and we won't need too many buildings. So we won't be too intrusive into the human look of the structures of society. But the more violent or more cybernetic we embrace and less human that we help, like basically the less humans we care about and the more we go full into machines, the more we would want to mass produce and just overwhelm and become that type of devouring machine. Like, if we were to build Malix, right, we would have not made any of the choices of helping those people in the beginning. We would have burned it all down. We would have basically burnt this entire sector to smithereens and rebuilt it as us. That's that type of mentality for that type of robot. Now, I imagine that type of playthrough is a lot harder, difficulty-wise, since this game does have a little bit of flavor into, much like a type of roleplay game. Usually being more aggressive is actually ups the difficulty for a role-playing game, because you're drawing more attention to yourself, ergo, making more enemies. So you're going to get attacked from all sides at some point. So you have to kind of arguably go, kind of balance drawing too much hatred versus achieving your goals until you're ready to just be so good at producing that it won't matter. So I can definitely see there's tons of ways to do things in this game, and I love it. It's the among the human buildings. Anything large and metallic is going to be shot at by human groups. But don't despair, for the most part they prefer to keep their distance. The biggest risk is leftover hostile units from events or combat. And so long as you clean those up before they get to your buildings, you're all set. Yeah. This is why you see me kind of keeping people around my buildings. Just so if anyone gets a little uppity near the main facilities, we can take them out immediately without any incursion. Because if they're going to attack us first, it eliminates the negative I'm going to get for taking them down. Corporate structure. There are 12 megacores in this world. This is definitely a Whalen type universe. There are 12 megacores in this world, all unique. Vorcyber Atomic owns this region. Vorcyber has 18 federated corporations under it. It owns them all. But they operate fairly independently and critically compete with one another. Vorcyber and the federated corporations are each a separate hierarchy. At the top of each is a C-suite, which includes a CEO, president, CFO, CTO, and COO, and so on. There are also thousands of vice presidents and senior vice presidents, VPs, SVPs, that are upper management in each of these corporations that are more... There are more corporations. They are more impressive on paper than they are in reality. Their primary duty is to be scapegoats. That's why the VPs and SVPs are our primary targets. If we were going to go infiltration bot, we would want to get the VPs and SVPs to turn on their C-suites. Because if we could get them to turn on their C-suites, then we guarantee the majority of the workforce that is actually keeping the company running is on our side. That's actually that's a real life probably attack, to be fair. Anyways, but you know. Below that are a variety of middle managers than the actual workers. Alright. I think the final thing I want to do before we figure out how to save this. Well, I gotta find that spot again. Over there. Oh wait, we gotta end the turn. Okay, once again back into position here. They're tougher now. You're gonna get in position here. We're not gonna start the investigation yet. I'm gonna get a bunch of robots around this since we know we're gonna get heavily attacked. We've got a sniper helping this area. So I'm gonna bring our other combat drone as well. He's gonna kinda join in on this too. Where do I want him though? I want him right there, so they're both the front lines. Also, so this never alerts me. How did I do that again? That way when I'm not using him, it doesn't trigger him. Because I can manually select my military, it's fine. I just want my engineers to be the ones that let me know every turn if they need me to do something. Or my technicians. Okay, so that's good there. I think we're gonna save it here. I thought about initiating the fight, but I think we're gonna save that for next episode. We'll probably do another episode literally tomorrow. I think I might have a twofer tomorrow, just because I'm gonna have a long day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Or is today Saturday? I can't remember. I think tomorrow is Sunday. If it is, then that means that I'm gonna be getting up really early in the morning. So I'll have time to do 2 streams tomorrow. So we'll do Metal Bringer first, just for the fun of it. We'll do a run in that. Actually, no. Because I want to show off that other game. We'll check out the other game y'all haven't got to see yet either. It'll be done. We'll do that around lunchtime, like 12:30, 1 o'clock, is when I'll start that. And we'll do some learning programming with tiny robot ants with Argonaut. We'll do that tomorrow, and then after that episode, I'll eat. And then after I eat, we'll do another episode of this, because I really want to do more of this. This has got me so intrigued. I really am enjoying this game. This game is, like, this is something I've wanted, or something similar to this for a long time. Some sort of role-playing game. I just wish there was a Xenomorph-like game like this. Like, someone give me... The next best thing would be to this game, because this is robots, this is why I love it. Someone give me a Xenomorph game that plays like this, please? God dang, it'd be so great. Where you had to be strategic on how you build your hive, and certain things draw attention to you more than others. That would be so badass. But let's see if we can save it. Let's see if we can figure this out. Hey, save game. Skynet. Enter text. Okay. Let's call it... Oh, my keyboard broke. I'm gonna have to reset my computer after this. A new mind. Oh, no. What did I call it? Heart of the Guardian. Oops. Heart of the Guardian. Save. Make sure that's saved. Hey. Nice. This game is awesome. Oh, Mantis Bug Tracker. I think I already have this on. Oh, no. No way. Not right now. But yeah, there's no bugs right now I've seen so far. So it's a quick game for the moment. Save and exit. There's the music. The music is actually pretty cool on the loading screen. It only plays once. Then once it ends, it goes kind of quiet. So it must not have a loop script to have the, or a loop, I forgot my brain. It must not have a loop installed in its script to, or written out in its script to make sure that the song replays as soon as it hits the end. It's basically just a what-if statement that's related to the UI of the startup screen that governs the song playing itself. But let's see. Let me read what I missed. I hope we don't discover FTL travel in my lifetime because we're not ready for that leap. I don't think we are either. I don't think we will. I have a feeling even with me, like in me in your lifetime, Farseer, I do not think we'll see that. At least not. We could. It's weird. It's one of those things. It really depends on tech and how fast it does advance in the next 4 years. I do think the next 4 years is the make and break. We're gonna see how truly scary we're about to get in the next 4 years. I do think that's what's about to happen. I think that is the major play into what's coming out. Is enough of more of will be making all the future enemies of, and that's true. If there are other, well, I don't know. It's both in my opinion. It's both a social problem that could occur from having FTL too early, which could lead to what the humans in this game are doing to Earth, to us doing that to Earth. But I also do think is if there are other species out there that are sentient, this also could lead to what you just said as well, especially if we got out there too soon. Before we learn to be more mature with certain behaviors. Because we can't even do that with our own selves, apparently, so how would we do that with anything else? Like, realistically. Like, that's just a fact. Like, if humans can't get past messing up or screwing each other over of other humans, then one could argue common sense says, well, what do you think they're going to do something that's not a human? It's gonna be 10 times worse. So, I don't know. I mean colonizing planets with our own division. And that's true too. That's what I mean that. That's where the more social thing comes in, where that will create such division in our society that we will become way more separated than even we are now to a certain extent. Because of certain things that happened that pushed too many buttons too hard. Because there, like I said, I'm one of those that it's all for trying to be forward and progressive all the time. But there also has to be a limit in that progressiveness, that progressiveness has to hit a limit to where I don't know what to use maturity, I guess. I mean, maturity is the right word, though. Where the maturity of what you've learned has to catch up with it. Because there is such a thing as over-polluting the mind or over-progressing to the point that it causes a cascade just because you progressed too fast. And now you have no knowledge or intelligence or know-how or maturity to basically use it efficiently without it either causing problems, doing something entirely. And these are all many different outcomes. It could change the species it's occurring with. We're talking about multitude of things that could occur and things like that. Guaranteed none of these planets were colonizing or remaining loyal. That's a good point too. How could you maintain alliances even with other humans when now these humans have full free reign away from Earth? Because think about, unless we did have proper travel to get between these worlds in less than a couple of days, do you really think that Earth could answer Mars if Mars had its own populace? Think about that from a realistic standpoint. Let's say Mars had as many people on it as Earth. Do you really think Earth right now, if Mars decided to become independent, could do anything about that? No. Absolutely not. This is also another thing of meeting other hypothetical, if they exist, kind of sapient-like species. So it's like, but it is mostly a human thing. Like, I mean, even the moon could potentially end up becoming an issue with that. Even if it is still way closer, the logistics even today still, even though it's getting a lot better because we've ignored our technology and propulsion for so long, and we're now starting to improve it thanks to certain people. Even that, realistically, if the moon truly was independent and had enough population on it and survivability, even though it's smaller, I guess we could launch nukes at it, but it could just build anti-nukes of its own, detonate them in orbit easier than we could because it doesn't have an atmosphere it has to maintain. So it's like there's a lot that plays into what space truly becomes for a species like ours. That's why the first goal is to, or at least the first semi-goal is to at least have a semi-stable self-population of humans down here, and then that's what we do not have. I mean, the chaos and what's been going on in the last 8 years proves that we're not nowhere near that yet either, technically. So realistically, at the same time, kind of like a certain person said on a podcast, you'd be baffled about how far behind we actually were. We had amazing technologies, but overall, in general, because of greed and laziness, we've hardly done anything that we could have done by now. Like, and I do mean that. I've said that for years, but I'm just some random YouTube guy. I mean, I have my own opinions, but it is kind of validating to find out that that was the truth, that I was right about that. I kind of felt that, and I'm glad that that's being changed now. But yeah. Like, instead of a unified human space, there's going to be there's going to be Starfleet, the Terran Empire, the Maquis, Wayland, UNSC, Super Earth, and so many other states. I don't know if all those would be born, but I get what you mean by that, because there'd be different personalities born from different planets. And depending on cultures that end up on these said planets would birth in totally different versions of whole planets of humans. This is in hypotheticalness if we colonize Mars and all that as well. This is far in the future I say far. Farther in the future, of course, but I do agree. It would be more realistic like that unless we unified before we went up. Which hopefully that will happen. Or we'll all just die down here. Let the rip and tear begin. That's another worry of mine is we're getting into the standpoints of cybernetic, genetic manipulation, and I'm like, does anyone realize that even technically, hypothetically, we are now encroaching on genetic amalgamations of certain types that could also produce certain games that we do not want, and results of science we don't want touched. Just saying. Because there's something when we do a little bit of the campaign for Doom, and we check out the second half of the campaign like Seeley voted on. There's one of the codexes I found I need to read to you guys again. I realized what it meant, and I didn't the first time. It's a chronological timeline of the birth of humanity, sentinels, the demons, and the angel-like creatures known as the Makers. It actually tells you which one was made in each order, and which ones were technically the first, or the ones known as the first ones, or the firstborns. Which you would be quite surprised on what it technically is. And I appreciate Doom playing into that fear, and playing into, I've said it millions of times, what is the scariest thing in the world? It isn't weapons, it isn't animals, it isn't even potential aliens. It's something we all live with, and we all know, and we might all see in the mirror every day. And I learned something very interesting about the universe of Quake and Doom. Very interesting. Which makes more sense. Which we'll talk about that when we go to it. But yeah. And it's like, reality has become real sci-fi. Sci-fi is now reality, and reality is sci-fi. You get what I mean. Also depends on how we colonize. if it's just dropping colonies on planets or letting companies do it. Heck, we might start off unified, but keeping track of hundreds of planets. That would be if we make it that far, Farseer, that actually would be pretty easy. You'd actually be surprised how easy it would be keep being. Hundreds is not the problem. It's actually 2 to 3. You'd be surprised. Like, here's the thing. If a species can keep track of over... This is my limit in my head that I kind of have. Just a hypothetical limit, because this is not a real thing. So it's not like we have anything to compare it to realistically in real life. But I have a hypothetical theory on the amount of worlds determines how advanced a society actually can be. And once you get above, in my opinion, 3 to 4, and you are consistently keeping control of all 4, you have reached a level that you are now able to start expanding on a more larger space. Then the next number is 10. But once you reach 10, you've reached a technological radio capacity, or communications, as I would call it, capacity, to be able to communicate long distances and monitor systems long distances, that actually at that point 100's not that bad. Because if you can even make it even close to 100, you've reached a level of a society that's stupid advanced. It's actually the first few that's going to destroy you. It's going to be the first 10 at best. The first 4 in the early ages and the first 10 in the late ages. That's going to be the most likely, because 10 is quite a lot, right? It may not sound like a lot, but we're talking about planets. 10 also means 10 potential different factions if everything went to shit. So it's like... It's like, so, and that's almost like Warhammer levels of stupidity at that point. So it's like, so it really boils down to, I think the early game is the most dangerous when becoming a spacefaring species. I don't think late game's really the problem, it's the early game. Just don't let your colony colonize planets on their own. That's true. I will say early on, that should be a rule no matter what. Because that's just a logistics problem altogether in general. Unless they figured out how to get past you and lie to you anyways. But then if that's the case and one world has figured out separately from Earth, hypothetically, how to colonize before Earth can colonize, then the natural accursion is going to be most likely rebellion. That's guaranteed that planet will probably turn on Earth. That's just because they have better logistics than Earth does already. And it's like, so that's, I don't know. It's one of those things that I do think, once again, it's all about the early game. The first 10 is where the most strict you have to be when expanding your empire into the stars, if you make it that far at all. Realistically, if it's possible for a species. I'm pretty sure it is. It's just a belief I have, because I just believe, as much as we've discovered already as a society, and now that we're discovering even faster, now that the door in the floodgate has been opened, and more hinges have been pulled, and we're actually letting scientists do things again, like real scientists and stuff, I actually do think it's way faster and way more around the bend in most cases than most people think. And that's why I think that a lot of people still are, and it's a fear thing too, and this is nothing against anyone who doesn't believe this either, and that's fine. But it's kind of a fear thing, because, no offense, it's like the evidence is there, there's truth about it everywhere now. There's documentaries. There's talks and discussions. There's now actual experiments like that genetic thing with the woolly rat and the wolf. Or the woolly mouse and the wolf. It's one of those things that if you are saying that now, when you look at something like genetic engineering, or look at a book and go, oh, that's a bioengineered creature. That's impossible. That's never could happen. You should probably start taking a double check at your reality and what it's already changed into. Because sci-fi is, in my opinion, and this is something I have a theory on as well, just personally for me, I think sci-fi in a species, especially a biological or a sapient species, the way we experience life and each other and grow, I actually think that sci-fi was just a building block. I think our subconscious knew, as a sapient species, that we're probably could be able to do this, does it mean we could now? Not necessarily, no. But it does mean in our brain that one day, boom. But that's all it really needs, and that's the crux of it. That's what makes us a sapient species. And I do think that what really keeps us from that is just the belief that we still believe that it's not possible, but the moment we let go of that fringe and that blockade, all of a sudden I think our species just dips into it and it fully becomes real. And I think the thing about that is why I do believe sci-fi, or the creation of fantasy in general, at least sci-fi fantasy. When it comes to like fantasy, like elves and dragons and things of magical nature, I think that's actually a representation of our history as a species, the way we symbiotically interact with each other and create things off of our culture and our beliefs and where we come from. I think that's our history coming out. But I think sci-fi is our hypothetical future. It's our brain creating these stories to almost create hypothetical theories, even though we're not really scientists, but most people who make sci-fi stories aren't. Some of them are, but most of them aren't. You can still see them creating logical paths, even without understanding the science. This is why I like Star Trek, because the creator Gene Roddenberry and many other people that came after him for the series, all Next Generation, all those, did a good job of, even though it was really, cheap set, older set, and, the graphics were older and were pretty well for what they did back then. But it was all about the role play and the story of making it make some sense. Now, of course, they made up a lot of words, just like any series does. But it was the fact they made those words actually, to the logical mind, make sense. And here's where the theory of mind comes in. I think that's an instinctual thing in order to breathe in life to something that is not real, that we think could be real, but it is currently not. The Jurassic Park thing is my thing I'm going to fully come back to because of what's happened recently. We made Jurassic Park the movie in the 90s. Like, wasn't it like 90s, earlier than that? And now look at us now. Years later, after Ian Malcolm and what he said about genetics and everything in that lab against Dr. Wu, what did we do? We did exactly what that movie said was science fiction. We took a DNA of an older creature that's extinct, and we amalgamized it with a modern descendants and other animals that are similar in genomes, and created new, reborn hybrids of different animals. And in the wolf's case, we essentially recreated an extinct species. So, this means that what Jurassic Park said was real. Even if it was made up back then, this is what I'm getting at with the Star Trek thing. Even if it was made up back then because it was just a story, it was a movie, with just actors and writers and da-da-da-da-da. But what's funny is I think subconsciously as a species, I do believe in some sort of neural net that we are biologically attached to as a species that connects us all, that we somehow feed off of some sort of subconscious system that breathes in these things that help us create things that are not real, or push towards figuring out how we could make these things real. Now, in some of these cases, it's more of not that you can, should you? Like, should you make this real? Should you even try to do this? In some cases, I would argue no. But there also are sciences out there that I do think that have been ignored for many years that I hope that this gives light to and breath to and life to, that we'll see more advances, like certain medical, like for actual cures and stuff, not just band-aids and medicines and all that, because medicines are not cures. They help if you need them. But I am still an advocate. I will never tell anyone not to do that. That is not my place. But I am one that believes in, I do think, and I live this for myself. This is not for anyone else, but this is just for me personally. I used to be on all kinds of stuff and all kinds of different meds when I was a kid. For ADHD, LD, depression, And I was a zombie. I was slow. I had no personality. I couldn't think. My reaction time was terrible. I always felt miserable, even though I was supposed to feel better because of the medicine is supposed to do that, right? So I'm not gonna name names and what I took and all that, and I'm not a professional, so this is just my personal experience. But I eventually made a personal decision, just for me, once again, to say screw all that. Because I think we live in a society also, in my belief, that we've made too many things a sickness. When it comes to ADHD, ADD, even OCD to a certain extent. I think it's hyped up and fleshed out too much, to the point I don't think we realize majority of humans have these. These are natural traits in especially more active humans. And I think people need to stop punishing these things and stop trying to treat these things when these things are not necessarily the problem. That is just my personal opinion on that. Because I did grow up on a lot of that stuff and it did not help. It just made my life worse. And years later, after I took myself off of all that stuff, I got better. I learned how to control my stuff myself by just looking stuff up online, looking up therapy kind of videos, basically looking up things that you can do yourself and just practice and take your time. Because as long as the biggest thing that I think the issue with a lot of these issues, especially when it comes to ADHD and LD and all this, is a lot of it is, I don't know what the right word is, villainized? But I don't know if I want to use that word because that's too extreme. Think of a lesser version, almost like it's not directly done what I'm about to say, but it's almost you're made to feel like you're separate and that you're not normal because you have this. When in most cases I've seen with people with ADHD or these other types of things are smarter people. They may have their own issues in some communications and some things, or be more hyper in some ways with like ADHD in that instance. Like, with me, I'm pretty hyper and talk all the time. But I also noticed that they tend to be more active and pursuing, and and OCDs tend to be more progressive towards getting things done and actually smarter about things in organization, because it's even though they call it obsessive compulsive disorder, I do think it's almost an organization compulsive thing. But another thing, calling it a disorder is also, to me, a disservice. It's the same thing with attention deficit hyper disorder, ADHD, or attention deficit disorder, ADD. Calling it disorder in general kind of is, to me, the problem of why do we think this. In some cases, some are more extreme than others. But even then, I almost kind of argue they weren't always like that, though. You just threw them on it as soon as they were diagnosed, and then they were on it for years. And what people don't realize is like any medicine, if you're on any type of medicine, no matter what it is, if you're on it for like 10 years straight, your body's going to become dependent on it. Meaning now you literally probably are going to go through a rough time. Mine was kind of like that in the beginning. Because I was so many years I took these different medicines and then I stopped. I went through a rough time in the beginning, but once my body adapted and it started doing the things it needed itself, and I just looked up what my body was deficient in and the things that I needed to focus on to help with certain things I have with my ADHD and all that, it got a lot better. It just takes time. And I think that's also a part of another issue with our society is too much convenience. Is we're now thinking that we can just put a band-aid on everything and just forget it exists. That's not what makes us human. Our adaptability is supposed to be a part of who we are. So, sorry, I went off a little tangent there. Also, if you're dumb enough to lose track of the world, it's your fault when you find out they build up their own empire. Early UNSC path shows what happens when a civilization is semi-ready for space colonization and didn't put a brake on colonization, because guess how many planets they colonized in the early years? Oh yeah, it was quite a few. But either way. But I just kind of went off on a tangent, but I figured I'd say that since I had already talked about it and say it out loud. But once again, that's just personal experience with me. This is not me telling anybody what to do. I don't like to do that kind of stuff. So, especially when it comes to life decisions, it's not my business. But I will give advice, and if you think that might work for you, then by all means try it out. But only if you think it's right for you. Otherwise, I'd say whatever is working for you, that's what matters right now. So, when it comes to stuff like that. But yeah, this has been a good one. I have enjoyed the hell out of this game. Heart of the Machine is great. I am so glad I came across this video of this game and saw it. I was like, whoa. I knew I would like this game and love this game the moment I saw the video of it. I'm like, I have to try this. We have to do this. This is something that I've been trying to play. Something similar, like a role-play game for machines. Xeno's technically, mostly, but something like that. That's a strategy style game, but also role-play. This is amazing. I really love it. So I'm very, very much happy to see the results of this and to see this game, and very much support this. If you enjoy these kinds of role-playing games or turn-based strategy games, then definitely check out Heart of the Machine. This is an amazing game. It's on Steam. I don't know if it's on console. I didn't look. I don't think it was. So I don't think this is a console release. I think it's only PC. So is the one we're going to be doing in the morning, besides before the second episode of this. So I'm very, very, very excited. I will like to add antidepressant medicine. Don't make you happy. It turns you hollow like a machine. It does. I agree with you, Farseer. Like I said, I can't advocate to anyone not to do it, but it's not my place because I'm not a medical professional. But, and I always want to say that out loud for everyone watching, but I do agree with you on that, Farseer. 100,000%. That is exactly what it does. All it is it makes you stupefied. Sorry. Every time it's like I keep getting reasons to say this word lately. I don't know why. So, blame Disturbed. I'm sorry. I love, it's one of my favorite bands from my childhood. I always listen to them, and they released this, a new song recently, I Will Not Break Now, and it has to do with coming back from the shadows against something terrible that we all know what it's probably referencing and what's been going on. I love that song. But that's also another thing. Music. Whatever music you like, it's the biggest recommendation I can give you. With most things, whether it be OCD, ADHD, ADD, music is a very good tool. It's natural. Just whatever music you enjoy, use that as your muse to try to help filter out some of the noise that the ADHD and ADD and all those types of I don't want to call them disorders, differences can cause. So, what was I going to say? My brain melted right there. Also, if OCP existed in real life, it'd still be worth billions until the events of RoboCop 2 happened. That's a good point. That is a good point. Alright. The other secret game. Thank you for reminding me, Fossier. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I have something from PlayStation Plus. Very special. Thank you for that. And it's right up the alley of what we're going on with Doom right now. We unfortunately have a lot of real-life examples to look at. Yes, we do. More so than we thought, Farseer. Once again, I think my theory was correct. I think we were creating pre-existing examples of what we were looking for realistic alternatives is what we were doing, I bet you. Hypothetically and subconsciously in our mind as a species, we were just throwing things at the fence until we figured out which one worked. That's what I'm going to consider sci-fi now. But either way. But I want to say thank you and big shout out to my moderator Farseer and to everyone who joined in tonight. Let's see. Ed209 will be patrolling every neighborhood. Exactly. But alright, chat. I hope y'all all enjoyed watching this episode in the stream. And I want to say thank you for joining us. And will be stolen every time. Yes, he will. He'll always end up in the hands of some crazy, weird, futuristic gang who somehow has access to robotics too easily. But then again, that's kind of what that world is, right? This world in Heart of Machines is kind of like that, right? This is kind of like a RoboCop OCP world, just more extreme. So, it's kind of realistic. So, hope y'all enjoyed. Big shout out to everyone who joined in for Heart of the Machine tonight. Hope to see y'all in tomorrow's episode when we start up our tiny robot ant farm to create artificial intelligences, and you're like, what? I'm not joking. And then I think the day after tomorrow is when I'll do the other secret game, the one that Farseer just reminded me of. Because I kind of forgot it was ready and I hadn't actually done it yet. So, but I hope y'all all enjoyed, and I want to say thank you for everyone watching and joining in for tonight's stream. By our not and no officer, that Ed209 in my basement is totally legal. Cease and desist, citizen. So it turns out it was RoboCop that comes to your house. You're like, God dang it. Can y'all not bust my basement up? They're just fighting in your basement. Oh, man. Oh, but alright, you have a good one, Farseer, and I hope everyone enjoyed watching the stream. And I will see you in our next one tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Bye!